Oh, is that what you just did? You just put a Zin in?
Well, I prefer Nicorette to Zine because Nicorette, they use, someone explained it, they use a compound that's similar to natural tobacco, whereas Zine, using the salts, it like really hits you, but it's kind of like harsh on your gums and everything. But Nicorette's way more mellower, and I notice it lasts. It doesn't hit you as hard as Zine, because of course I only buy the 6 milligrams. But when I'm working out, like today when I did my shoulders, that's always usually brutal. So I'll take a Zine, a 6 milligram, and then I'm good to go. Do you notice the shoulder activation there? No, I'm not gonna flex. I'm not gonna do that. That's stupid. I'm not a bodybuilder. I just like working out regularly, But
I mean,
anyways,
you're doing what you need to do.
Let bros, do we lose? Well, I almost made it 100 episodes on FTR. So,
how many episodes was it with him or with you and Lev?
I think he had about, I want to say 40.
Okay.
When I started, no, maybe not even that, like maybe 20. And then by the time I left, it was like 120. So
close.
Close, pretty close, yeah. Anyways, this is, I guess, no, I'm not gonna. I was debating whether to gloat that the competition has been cleared for the Digital Archipelago, but I'm not going to do that because I wish. For those of you who don't know, Academic Agent is restructuring everything, and he's getting rid of both Cigar Stream and Unpopular Opinion. So we wish him all the best. I think because his kid's going to school, and he has
his kid's going to school. He's got to change
AAA.
Yes.
I don't know how he did it when his kid was. You'd figure your kid going to school, you'd have more time, but I guess. I mean, I understand like when you do multiple hour-long streams every week, and he runs his own online university thing too. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's
it's always a pain, but I mean, it is a shame considering that he is. It's 3 good shows that makes him really good money. So it's always sad to see something like that end in the way that it does.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, like you said, we wish him the best. We have made our own minute little, I don't know, milestone. You want to call it that?
Yeah.
We made it. 100
episodes. Yeah. That's crazy.
I know. We don't have any energy for it. I'm all dressed up. I literally got back. I have actual paint on my hands and my arms, but I am happy to be here. I'm streaming from my new apartment. Hopefully the noise isn't terrible or there's no echo or anything like that. No one complained yesterday in the chat when I streamed with Isaac Young, so I think we're good in that respect. But I thought that this was a pretty funny little video. I'm going to open this tab up because I think that this is a good explanation for exactly how you and I do it. Do I have? Hold on. Okay, good. Nothing's showing, so I can share that. Yeah, every 2-person podcast out there. And there you go. But what's everyone else doing? I mean, it's been 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Haven't done a show in 2 weeks. Just come from his stream to yours. Well, it's a shame to hear that it just ended or it's about to close up. But yeah, here we are. He'll do a Tuesday stream earlier, so he will compete less with you. Well, that's good. I heard he's doing something similar to the Duran, where he's going to do a show in the morning and then go from there, which is great.
Oh, yeah.
I'm happy for him. For the 100th episode, let Gio talk about E-Drama. He talks about E-Drama every episode. That's what makes the show so great.
Yeah.
What has the drama been like, though, Gio? I've been away from Twitter. I've been away from my phone for at least a week and some change. What's been going on?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes things fly by. I mean, apart from stuff I probably shouldn't talk about, but yeah, exactly. That's the Cole reports for. Has there been any major drama? Yeah, but Ralph always gets pressed. Don't worry about that, Beerwick. I think I can't really pinpoint exact drama. I mean, apart from the usual stuff, especially around the election and everything. But other than that,
they had Kamala do an 18-minute interview that we will never see the full unedited version of, with Matt Waltz is sort of right up there, going out and about.
You mean Tim Waltz?
Yeah, Tim. What did I say?
Oh,
I said
because Matt Walsh
Matt
is
Walsh.
the
Yeah,
raw milk tweet. Yeah.
he's gonna be himself. And it's always funny because you know that Matt Walsh is the main character of Twitter, where everyone is hating on him, and someone can tweet something like, "I drink raw milk," and everyone understands what the context is.
That it's dunking on Matt Walsh. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, Barry Stanton got banned. I mean,
Oh yeah, he did.
yeah,
He waged a one-man war on India, and I
yeah,
think he did a pretty good job. Did a
yeah.
pretty damn good job. Trump was just on Lex Friedman. Martyr made Daryl Cooper was on Tucker Carlson and did some very basic World War II revisionism. So I mean, like
People are freaking out, like libtard. I can't wait for the hit pieces tomorrow. Like you're gonna have to like
it
browse
already
the Atlantic.
started. I
Oh
mean,
really? Was there a big one already?
I'm sure. Well, I mean, the usual
man.
Twitter kerfuffle, everyone propitiating to the progressive god, saying, "Please, like, Churchill's not that bad. He stood up to fascism," and it's just like, okay, well.
I thought Churchill was like they hated him because he was a colonialist. The leftoids. I don't.
Oh, of
understand.
course. Oh,
Yeah.
did James Lindsay already put his oar in? Oh, who cares? James Lindsay's the least.
James Lindsay's relevant, except for like whatever 5,000 boomers still give him money.
Well, you mean like TPUSA giving him money? Because
wait, he works for TPUSA
he
now?
shows up at all sorts of TPUSA conferences. James Lindsay talks about wokeness and Marxism and like neo-Marxist Gnosticism. And what's worse is that he's like
Gnostic, Frankish Marx.
The damn Frankish.
Sorry, that's Candace Owens.
It's all coal under the. It's all coal in the trunk of my trailer anyway. But like, all. Yeah, but I mean, if you didn't know that, like, what's so funny to me is that James Lindsay's like an avowed new atheist. He hates Christianity, but he gets invited to talk at these TPUSA pastors conferences, and you're just like, he just wants to like kill himself when he's up there. He's just like, I can't believe that I'm getting paid to talk about how awful the woke are to these like milquetoast like pastors that will tell you that Jesus thinks all lives matter, and in the political context of BLM and everything like that. I can't say that because that's probably not true. But yes, his videos do reach a lot of people in the same way that. But I guess in this own weird niche ecosystem, whoever we consider irrelevant is just our way of saying we don't follow them, which is true.
Yeah, well, I mean, he like. He took up the mantle from Peterson doing those videos, whereas Peterson's doing more interviews now.
Peterson has transitioned into being an interview show host.
Yeah. So I think James Lindsay, he saw an opportunity and
he took it.
I remember like my feed would like throw up his videos on YouTube and I don't know, it's just like you watch like a few minutes of it, then you get bored and it's like, I don't know. I guess we Alex Jones did hour-long interview with TTS Chat GPT. Whoa.
That's someone I don't really follow or watch. Like I mean, I'll occasionally watch.
I used to really be into Alex Jones back in the day. Yeah.
I mean, I see Harrison Smith do his thing, and then on occasion, some of the other clips will make its way to my timeline. But man, I really don't pay attention to InfoWars at all. Like just none whatsoever. I really haven't made any time to watch really anybody's content at all.
Yeah, I mean, I still watch a few things here and there.
He did do the interview with
Zena LeVay, Zena Shrek.
Yeah.
It's funny that she still used the name Shrek because she's been divorced from Nicholas Shrek for a long time. That's pretty like
you stick to the name that gives you notoriety, and
yeah.
If people know you that way,
that's very interesting though, because a lot of those people, they sort of like, in a weird way, they predated a lot of like the art F slurs you find like hanging around the dissident right.
Yeah.
Like guys like Nicholas Shrek with Werewolf Radio, that a lot of people that were into like the sort of like 80s cross section between punk and neo folk and noise music or like general electronica. And so you had them, you had of course Boyd Rice, Death in June, Current 93 with David Tibbet. Like all these guys, they were like supreme, they're like supreme like edgelords and proto-Wignats, but like they were like, I remember watching this interview with Nicholas Shrek way back in the day, not to say endorse everything he says, he is like a Satanist and all that. he was on this program, which I'm not going to name because it was someone who's supremely unoptical. Speaking of like original white nationalism 1.1, and he was basically talking about stuff that you'd find like a modern like BAP follower would talk about. It was very entertaining. Of course, like his prediction that like the Judeo-Christian world would fall and sort of that stuff. I mean, that's, you know, that's whatever. That's the propaganda. But I think like they were kind of like freaks and weirdos, but they also had like this dissident thing. But then what happened was, I think during the 90s, the Church of Satan tried to like opticize themselves, and they realized that, oh, well, actually, like we'd probably attract more leftoids than anyone. So they basically like denounced like all of them. Like, did you know that A. Wyatt Mann was a member of the Church of Satan back in the day?
I had no idea.
Yeah. So they had to like kick out Nicholas Schreck. They had to like kick out Boyd Rice, and because like, you know, you guys are just your edgelords and your white nationalists, and we can't have that anymore. So yeah, I mean, I don't even know who, like, are there Zoomers that are into Church of Satan? Probably not. Like, it's more of like a brooding Gen X thing. I don't know.
I'd imagine so. I mean, I feel like the Church of Satan is just something that pops around to file a lawsuit that is funded by particularly wealthy individuals of a certain group that are happy to be like, oh, if you were going to have a 10 Commandments, you know, little monument up near the courthouse, we might as well go have a Baphomet up there. And I mean, it's just what happened. We saw the same thing happen with some state legislature behead some Satan statue or Baphomet statue, and I think it was like in Iowa, and he, of course, got in trouble. But, you know, your boss is a Satanist. That's really unfortunate. But you'd think if they wanted to recruit like the normies, right? And they would do some like if they didn't want like radical rightists in there, then maybe they would do something like, well, if we just had a TikTok dance or something, that the Church of Satan would do in incredibly good numbers. But that seems not to be the case.
They could. That's what I mean. They had to attract normies, so they couldn't. They had to like opticize themselves. So no Boyd Rice, none of that stuff anymore. But I imagine like it's still big. Like there was this I think there was this e-girl that was like part of it that I remember Zuki exposed her. Oh man, this image for internet friend. Whoa.
It's a good one.
100th episode. I kind of look Arabic there. Maybe I look.
I think it's with the fuller beard that gives you that impression.
Yeah.
But I mean, you put a man in a fez, they're gonna just assume some kind of
fat guy with a fez. Yeah, Turk.
Your average Turk, you know.
Oh man. I love how they put Polly Frog there for you too. That's
a polyester frog, yeah. Gio is a normal person wearing a fat suit. Matt is a frog wearing a person suit. This is very true. In fact, every racist tweet I have ever said has been typed out by that frog and not by yours truly. It's sort of like a reverse Ratatouille situation where instead of learning how to cook, I'm slowly being radicalized by like a frog that's somewhere up here, like slowly pulling at the hair follicles in the back of my head. And that's why I'm the way that I am. I'm out of control, unfortunately.
Oh man. This is the 100th episode, and we kind of didn't have.
We have nothing.
We had a Q&A planned, I guess.
I guess that's exactly what we'll do. We'll do Q&A, but also at the same time, I just whatever comes to mind, we can just like shoot the absolute shit on.
Did you want to go over how did I meet my GF?
Oh, that's a great question.
She stalked me on Telegram. I'm not even joking. That's exactly what happened.
There's your answer. Sometimes she didn't want to know. No plans. We need definitive dating discourse takes to end it all.
Oh my god.
My takes are just happy, wholesome cribbing of Ryan Stone takes. How about that?
No, did you want to talk about the interview or this New Yorker cover?
The New Yorker cover is fun. We can do that. We can do the New Yorker cover. What interview do we? I haven't seen any of the Trump Lex Friedman thing.
The Kamala one.
Oh, I didn't watch it either. That's the other thing.
But also like the Martyr Maid one.
I watched the Theo Vaughn one with Trump. That was actually like a really
good one. Yeah.
just Trump being human for an hour was pretty great.
My
But
son
I mean,
Darren's
it wasn't even an hour because like every 20 minutes it was just Theo doing an ad read in that like lovely good old boy accent that is just actually natural and it's not forced. Everyone tries to do a hokey Southern accent when it's time to spread communism to white people in the South. Like it's every time that it happens. Like there was that I think it was like some progressive Texan account or whatever. And he's just like, listen, y'all, we need some gay race communism in here. I drive a Ford F-250 and while I'm at it, we're going to go forward and import 1 million Guatemalans because that's just what America's all. And it's just like, no, like I need you to stop existing, please.
Was it actually an apartment complex that got taken over?
There's been a couple. So there was someone dropped and again, I have not confirmed it, so I actually don't know how true this is. I just know that there was the one in Aurora, Colorado. There was another one that got posted that had some 911 audio that I haven't confirmed is true or not, but I'm under the full-on assumption that all of this is true. And I'm not surprised it hasn't happened sooner. In that respect, I mean, let's not kid ourselves. Actually, correction. We do know that this happens. It's just finally affecting non-ghetto areas. Like Compton, it has been thoroughly ethnically cleansed of its like original black populace.
Yeah.
And every time that there is sort of like any sort of ethnic dispute between like anyone from like Latin America versus African Americans, the blacks always lose. And you saw this a lot when all those like migrant buses were getting poured into Chicago, New York, and then the black community in all those respective areas is like, wait a second, we're the ones that get the Gibbs here. Like, you can't replace us. And they're having their own.
That even came up in the Shield where Acevedos ran for city council, and in a historically like seat that always went to a black person, and because like the Mexican gangs, they just have way more sicarios, they have way more resources. They have way more people they could pour across the border to help. Like they have way more shooters than black gangs could ever compete with. So they just leave basically. It's kind of sad in a way. I mean, FBA's foundational Black Americans are getting displaced by the open border, but I mean, I don't know. I shouldn't feel too bad for criminals. Criminals are criminals. But
we're all Tariq Nasheed when it comes to Latin American immigrants.
Oh man, that's. No, but yeah, we'll get to the New Yorker thing because that
Latin Americans mentioned immediately turns into just like the most hardcore foundational Black American supporters.
Well, but speaking about that prude, there was this viral tweet, and it was by some like 3,000 follower like activist account where it's like it was a tweet by what's that guy's name, Johnny Maga?
Yeah,
and he was saying like how Kamala. Oh, Mr. D, that's terrible. Just left you forever. I'm very sorry, friend.
I'm sorry, Mr. D.
But there was a tweet comparing Kamala's speech, and I think it was not North Carolina. It was either South Carolina or Florida, or it could have been Texas even.
Yeah.
Comparing that with one she did in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And her accent, her southern drawl, like completely disappears in the second one, of course. This viral tweet says, don't they know that Black people code switch their language? They have the white voice to survive. And okay, first of all, Kamala Harris is not in a survival situation. She is running for president of the United States of America, the most important nation in all of the world right now.
Yeah.
For now, right? But second of all, it's clearly political manipulation. So you have to realize when conservatards point this out, that she's a hypocrite for using the accent of the affectation of Black people in America. It doesn't really matter because they can always come up with a justification as to why she's doing it. And there's always going to be an excuse of like woke washing, clear, cynical political manipulation, which exactly that. Well, they have the voice, and it's a matter of survival for Kamala Harris, who is the vice president, the second most powerful position in the world, arguably, for 4 years. Was a district DA. Was she a DA in California? What was she?
She was I'm pretty sure the Los Angeles district attorney.
Yeah, she was there with.
But we can just go look it up, and I'm
yeah.
gonna go to Wikipedia.
Feinstein was a DA, right?
She was the attorney general, and she was the district attorney of San Francisco.
Oh, that's yeah.
And her
one of the
middle
most powerful
name,
cities in America.
yes, and her middle name is Devi. I just feel like that's important.
Oh my God, really? That's her middle name?
That's her middle name.
Kamala Devi Harris.
Absolutely right.
Remember Barack Hussein Obama? Man, I miss Rush. I miss Al Rushbo, man. Like he really, like, people. Okay, I understand he was like a conservative and everything, but like Rush, he really could get away with like casual racism, like back in the day.
Well, I mean, you could get away with a lot of casual racism in that regard.
Man,
because like if you look at her sister, whose middle name is Lakshmi for all intents and purposes. Let me go.
Lakshmi, yeah. Whoa.
Like that. Share screen. Like you look at her. This is Maya Harris. This is from 2017. She looks way more Indian, and it's just like, but hey,
Bill of Maya Harris, right there. She kind of has some black features, but yeah, do old heads remember birther? Oh, of course you remember birtherism.
Who doesn't remember birtherism? It's a good time. Had by all.
Wasn't Trump getting grilled on some kind of like...
Well, because Trump used to do it. Trump was a big part of it. He was just like, oh yeah, like look who's running for... Can you go on his Twitter account, you can look it up, where he's just like, you look at like all the Barry Soweto tweets that he had from like 2012. They're bangers, all of them. And it's just conveniently dropped that.
They would like ambush him on TMZ asking about the birth certificate. I remember those clips. Oh my God. Lakshmi Bai Rana of Johnson. Oh, that's crazy. Kamala Harris. But like, no, but this is what I mean. So they can just give her an excuse for anything. And this is why, like, I know it's like 2 months away, but I don't know. Like I know you shouldn't blackpill.
No, man. The election is two months away.
I mean, they say Trump is doing really well now. He's doing the best he's done in months, but poll numbers are bullshit, though. Like you can't really.
Yeah, if there's anything that we've learned from exit polling and just general polls, they're not accurate in any regard, but also that at the same time, I mean. Polling is great when your democracy actually functions, not in the procedural kabuki theater that you and I live in.
Well, that's what I mean. And polls have been spoofed before. Like, but then again, I mean, like you were saying, I think you said that in 2016, if the election were to have happened a week before, Trump probably would have lost to Hillary. There was really like a black swan event.
Yeah.
But 2020, of course, were the polls more or less accurate? I mean, people have probably done studies on it, but I don't know. You can't really predict these things. I mean, I think, well, put it this way.
I mean,
if Trump loses, it'll confirm a lot of people's suspicions about the American electoral system, but yeah.
Well, you'd think 2020 would have confirmed a lot of people's suspicions about it, and I think that it arguably did. The issue is that millions of people who are in this country don't want the American electoral system to work the way that it should, because that would mean that, the actual Americans get a say in their own country, which is the whole motivating purpose of the Democratic Party for the last 40, 50, 60 years. I mean, it's the way it's going to be.
Did you read that ridiculous article in the New York Times about the Constitution, how we should get rid of it? Because it's like, conservatives have found a way to weaponize it,
but it's also dangerous.
Like there were some criticisms, like the Supreme Court, which I can agree with, but it was basically like conservatives found a way to weaponize it. Like we can do that, so therefore, ergo, we have to get rid of the Constitution. Which, I mean, you could say that the Constitution is just a document, like all other documents. At the end of the day, and whatever happens, and the sort of political machinery of the current era can obviously supersede a document that it's like what Distributor said the last stream he did, Fiddler's Green. He goes, constitutions or any sort of sacred document of governance only really works when people believe in them, like anything else in life. And if you have enough political cynicism, but I think the problem is, especially like a lot of people on the political left, especially after Clownvid and after the 2020 election, people, they sort of like baselessly attack political cynicism as like it's a bad thing because it gets in the way of this like weird post Cold War view of consensus and how we live in a liberal democracy that should be this ground of which we can disagree or agree to disagree. Like that's sort of like political centrist dream is nonsense. And there's very obvious reasons as to why people are politically cynical. But that being said, that's not to say that you should let it get rid of a functioning society. It's just that the picture of a functioning society is so diverse or so bifurcated that there really is no option. There's no going back to any grounding of like, okay, well, we have a system and we all believe in the same thing. That's, I don't know. I'm very skeptical. It's like that one famous post where it's like Obama and Clinton and George W. Bush together, and people are like, "Do you remember those days when people could get along?" I'm like, they could get along, but
I
like,
remember all the old heads remember. Oh, why is that hide current comment? I remember when Bush was often every politician up until Obama, just because for obvious reasons. But every time there was like a Republican in office, they would be portrayed as like a literal like chimpanzee. There were like a million, and there's a great Twitter account. It's called like George W. Bush era leftism, and it's a fun. If you want to go back in time, you go follow that account, because what you're gonna get is exactly that, like pictures of George W. Bush with like a banana and he's like photoshopped as a chimp, and then you've got just all the sort of basic anti-war, anti-Bush sort of stuff. And it's like, well, if you're like a right winger, you're going to recognize that not only was Bush a warmonger, but also like a great expansion of the sort of civil rights regime that we all have to live under. And then at the same time, right, like, remember there was civility? It's like you're remembering like the 2 seconds of that post 9/11 moment. And then we were immediately back to each other's throats as soon as someone was like, we should go bomb Iraq. And it's suddenly as it went. Until Obama, well, I mean, there's a lot of people who portrayed Barack Obama as a chimpanzee, but no one in the mainstream media did it for obvious reasons.
I mean, well, it's even like what that lunatic Tim Walz said in his speech about like saying like they're small government, but they're not really small government. I mean, first of all, that's a very like pre-Trump view of conservative or the right wing in America. And second of all, I actually agree with Tim Walz for not the reasons he thinks, but I agree. I think that if you have a genuine right wing, you have to admit that the sort of like slavish worship of libertarian behavioral freedoms has led down the path to Gomorrah. And if there is like a massive political switch in not just in America proper, but also in North America in general, that was brought about by Trumpism, then I think it was sort of inevitability, because that sort of like liberal political spectrum could only have existed in times of plenty or times that were less, less stark and cynical as ours. So there's going to have to be inevitably a political shift where you will have more of like, say, I know this is like old head stuff. I know like in 2017, people like Big Spence were talking about this and how much he's changed his tune. Like the more of like a European style acknowledgement of like what constitutes the right wing opposition in North America, and sort of to slough off all of that like libertarian nonsense. And there is precedent in America for this. I mean, even justices like Scalia talk about this, which Scalia was specifically being attacked in that New York Times article about originalism and how like, oh, it's a conservative fiction and that's not what the founders intended. And didn't you know that Jefferson wanted to abolish the Constitution every 5 years or something like that? Jefferson, another god of libertarians that aesthetically looks amazing, but I think even Sambat said that aesthetically looks amazing, but actuality isn't. You know what I mean? Like the whole divide.
It's definitely the case. And I guess for like a little bit of I don't want to say it's not e-drama news, but it is certainly sad. So literally, I think it was less than 24 hours ago. Yeah, it was 22 hours ago, according to YouTube. For those of you who are interested in firearms and Second Amendment and everything else like that, you probably are aware of probably one of the best gun tubers / survivalists or ammunition type people, Paul Harrell, who's been battling cancer. I just saw it today from the gun attorney guy, who's attorney Tom Grieve, that you'll know on YouTube. He was just given permission to share that Paul passed away today. So
Oh no.
Paul Harrell has
Oh man, R.I.P.
reposed in the Lord and has fallen asleep after a lengthy battle with cancer. So that really sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wasn't even going to release that information.
No,
it was
it
because
wasn't.
Of some crazy woman that was
in
like
his life.
Yeah, that like went after him. Man, but that's sad. Paul Harrell was a good guy. I mean, and YouTube's really coming down hard on gun YouTubers.
Oh
like,
yeah.
I think Hickok got demonetized.
All of their channels did.
Yeah, Demolition Ranch,
no luck.
all of them.
With but probably with little to no chance they'll ever get remonetized again.
Yeah.
And I mean, Hickok's not really a political person, although he did have. Well, that's not true because he had Tucker Carlson come on.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson come on.
I was going to say, he's not really. I watch his stuff and I never think like, oh, he's like a super political right winger because like there's Semyagog always likes to joke. He says you can have a gun channel or you can have like a politics channel. You cannot have both.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you're like normie friendly, like those people, like, yeah, you obviously can. Whereas,
but you know who I am happy that got demonetized? Probably Forgotten Weapons.
Did he get demonetized? And if so,
he probably did it. He is technically a gun YouTuber, so
yes.
Pray to God he gets demonetized. The fucking
that would be nice.
Yeah,
it'd be very enjoyable. Same with that.
No, but see, you can be a political YouTuber if you're a Nophoid, but not if you're Hickok 45. You have to put it on an alt channel that you have Tucker Carlson on.
Yeah,
but
because you can't risk politicizing or getting yourself.
CG, you don't know the Ian lore? Yeah, he's like a libtard and he's like a Nophoid, and our good friend Charlemagne pointed it out, who I believe was on the last UO stream today.
Yeah,
and he like, got ratioed, and Ian went after Charlie, and oh, it was brutal. I think Charlie had to block like 500 Nofo accounts. I mean, I blocked probably about that many Nofo accounts, but yes, and then also he was friends with Wendigoon, but I think Ian subtly chided Wendigoon, and Ian lent his name to like an Azov book. Something like that, or he was gonna publish it, but then he's like, "Oh, I guess that's bad optics." Something like that. But then again, I mean, I don't know. Like, there's many people who published Azov books. Yeah,
I think in this day and age, you're not going to get in trouble for it until it's time to be anti-fascist again at a more convenient point.
If they lose in a year or two, then
like
then
if the war goes really bad, then there's going to be like, hey, why have we been supporting all these fascist neotypes? It's not a good look. And well, I mean, that already happened.
Why does that book cover have a spinning wheel on the front?
Yeah, what do you mean? My arm, my patch on my shoulder. That's just a windmill of peace. What are you talking about? It's actually an ancient European symbol for the night, and nothing more, nothing less.
No, but that's like, it's very funny though that there's like gun tubers who are far left and there's gun tubers who are probably secretly far right.
Well, I mean, in Range TV is the best example of this. That guy's a raging, like, one, he's practicing Satanist, two, he's like a raging commie, and three, he announced on Father's Day, I think it was earlier this year or a couple of years ago, that he's like, oh, I got like sterilized, essentially got a vasectomy. And he was just like, as someone of the Scandinavian descent, I'm very proud to like contribute to the extinction of the white race. And it's just like, there is not on one hand, I'm so glad that you've gotten a vasectomy, but on the other hand, I just want to wring your neck. Like, you're just the worst kind of person to have a public platform.
Oh my God. But then there's other ones like who apparently they like that one bread tuber called Donut Emperor, a fascist. Brendan Herrera is probably right wing.
Brendan Herrera ran a primary campaign in Texas.
Yeah.
Like,
really?
Yeah.
Did he win?
No, he lost. I mean, the election went into a runoff, but like what district did he run in? Because he recently ran in, I think outside of San Antonio. Yeah, he was District 23, and Texas 23, if I remember correctly, is basically a huge chunk that's like a little bit outside of San Antonio, and then it goes all the way right outside of El Paso County. So it's just this huge chunk of kind of glorified nothing, because there's really not a lot there in that district. It used to be, it was Tony Gonzalez, and prior to Tony Gonzalez, it was that CIA spook, Will Hurd. And then, but I mean, it's always, the Cook report has it at, +5 Republican in that respect. But I mean, he tried, and
Yeah.
I always appreciate him to do that. I
Was he
think
running Republican ticket or independent?
yeah, he was on the Republican ticket. He was a
Oh,
primary runoff.
there you go. So no, oh yeah, Grand Thumb. There was like this Transformer Twitch streamer that had this like Twitter thread about how Grand Thumb's a fascist. I remember that. That was funny because Grand Thumb was making 1350 jokes. Yeah, Donut Emperor's based, Wendigoon based. Yeah, but I don't know. But that leads me into the racial stuff. Did you see the New Yorker cover about the
I did.
nannies?
I did. It's about nannies and how we
exploit immigrant women or whatever.
All right, we go get the New Yorker cover. So we will suffer
total neoliberal kitsch. Although
it's called a mother. The essay or the article in question is called "A Mother's Work."
Whoa.
So here, let me go pull it up. Open image, a new tab. Here we go. Hope that everyone's happy. Yeah, Grand Thumb collab with Ghost. Well, there you go.
That was funny.
Share screen. There you go. So this is what the New Yorker put out. I mean, there were a lot of fun takes that everyone had. Again, if you're not on Twitter.com or X.com these days, don't worry. Our show partially exists, so you don't have to be on Twitter.
Yeah, only like the worst people read the New Yorker, like pseudo intellectual.
A good chunk of people, read the New Yorker. I don't say myself included, but I do on occasion.
I mean, their writers are pretty insufferable. Like the Boosie Boy guy.
They're insufferable. Yeah. You're telling me this for the first time? Yeah, awful. Absolutely.
Anna Kay had a base tweet about it. Yeah, Anna Kay did have a base tweet about it. But this is like classic neoliberal kitsch style. This is like the cartooning of, like, the New Yorker. You could tell of the past 10 years has this particular like GRC type style of art, of animation or illustration, and it just, I mean, it's not necessarily flat design, but it does have like if you look up illustrators like Liberal Jane or that one that did the other New York cover,
yeah,
the during Clownvid with the woman in her messy room, like stuff like that, I mean. But it basically, first of all, the whole intention was essentially normie sadism against upper middle class white women and normie sadism against white children being raised by, immigrant nannies and so forth. But then again, I mean, I don't know, because I forget who replied to me with my tweet dunking on it. I think it may have been Emily Yukis, that said, well, the problem is that, like, a lot of mothers are like exposing their kids to just being raised by other people. And I agree, that's bad too in general. But this was specifically racialized for a reason. You know what I mean? But you go ahead, Prude. What was your take on it?
I mean, there's quite a few good ones. I thought that Relevant Mena had probably one of the better ones. That the funny thing about this post is that the New Yorker cover does have a point that it went over most people's heads, which is that girl boss feminism, like most libtard inventions, does not eliminate the problem. It is designed to resolve female domestic labor. It just displaces it.
Oh, Keshawagi, Keshawagi,
yeah. It has his original account's been reinstated, so I mean, it's always good to see good posts up there again. This would be justifiable if we saw gains from the trade in allocating white girl boss time to more productive tasks, but we mostly just give them busy work jobs. So they demoralize otherwise productive men, and then import immigrant labor to make up the difference. The fact that most children can do few things more productive than the fact is that most women can do few things more productive than care for their own children. And I think that he's quoting some Asian lady with like 70,000 followers.
That one. You people misunderstood it. Yeah.
You understand this guy. I think most people do, which is that, like, we want to give attention to the help. And I mean, that's always been the case. It's just that, if you want to live your girl boss lifestyle, we will guilt you for having your, it's the reinvention of the mammy, more or less, is what we've done. Except now it's progressive and it's not antebellum coded, despite and again, that's very like Richard Barnbrook. That's very like 90s tech bubble sort of Marxism, but it's just like, well, we really have kind of just reinvented the wheel when it comes to, the help or and because we can't have, actual like Jim Crow era South kind of laws, like we're just going to import immigrants to do the jobs that we used to have, black people do in this country, or poor whites or whatever, because that used to just be the wealthy thing, and now you can afford it again, and so now you're just going to pay someone a decent wage to try and take care of your kid, which is arguably a little bit better than like what the poor option is, which is just shifting them off to daycare, which is the worst fucking thing you can do for your kid imaginable. I mean, and it's bad enough as it is when like you'll see TikToks where it's just like, oh, I'm the nanny and I'm teaching like this like blonde-haired, blue-eyed white kid how to speak Spanish. And it's just like, yeah, I can see like the practical educational utility of that, but at the same time, you shouldn't be here and this shit shouldn't be happening. So here we are. And it's just, nevertheless, it's all the more frustrating in that regard. But I mean, really just the take is that we're here to emphasize the fact that it is another article drawing attention to how the other side lives and the labor of black and brown bodies in this dreaded racist capitalist country. So
you could make like a compact magazine style, like anti-capitalist, like Tinkzorg Marxist argument that's disguised, like a compact, like they pretend to be trad but they're just Marxists that are trying, kind of like
you mean Sora Bamari?
Yeah. Or kind of like even Infrahaz, you could like do the whole like I'm a Marxist but I'm also trad because I've read Lyndon LaRouche. You could say that like globalization and the displacement of workers and the capitalist system that is basically in a weird way implicitly legislated that two people in a higher income bracket who are professionals, they necessitates the need for a nanny for help, right? So you could say that, well, the reason that there's girl bossism and like it's not empowering to stay home with your kid is essentially a ploy of capitalism. Now we do know that trad slabs. There you go.
So true, Mr. Shockley. So true.
Yeah, but you could make that argument, right? But at the end of the day, we all know why certain socially corrosive things are promoted. But that being said, there is a truth to that economic argument that if you are two professional people, then there really is no time to raise your own kids, which is very tragic. Not to say I'm like, crying for two upper middle class professional people that vote Democrat in New York, but I'm just saying that there is something to be said for it. But I think that the vast majority of the replies to the New Yorker was all basically normie sadism against white children and white women in particular. And there was this one quote by, I think she unfollowed me for some strange reason. Her name is Joe or something. She's like another Red Scare, e-girl. But she said, she had a great point about that, about like, it's very like to see like those type of kids happy is like a ethno-narcissistic wound that's placed upon them. And that's why like even every time you see like a photo going viral of a white family, it's like you see a billion comments.
Oh yeah, it's a billion
saying
comments
how evil
that
they
either
are.
say like, "Oh, this is fascism," or "This is evil," or it's just like it's just general race hatred. I mean, blood libel is totally acceptable as long as it goes into one particular European direction.
And there's like this deep wound that they feel with it because they feel like they've been robbed of something. I forget the exact quote that Joe Junker was saying, but there is a truth to it. But then again, it's like, I mean, what it's the result of globalization, and it's a result of people not being able to work not being able to maintain that lifestyle without dual incomes, and the fact that professional people by and large marry other professional people. And so, I mean, class is a big determiner of who you end up with in life, along with other issues. So, I mean, do some nannies get paid abysmal rates? Yeah, of course. But at the same time, I don't know, Prude, what would be your solution? I mean, there really is no solution. It's just, that's what it is. It's just no consuelo allowed in gay race communism. No. Oh yes, exactly. Add inflation to it, CJ. That's true, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I mean, there's not much to add for it other than just I mean, if we're gonna go on the rip about the my heckin' wholesome communist compact mag type people. I mean, it is funny to just simply look at this and understand that like they would be cheering this on, and that again, their whole their argument about like say immigration, right? Like Sora will be like, I'm an immigration restrictionist because like I'm pro labor and this is what Cesar Chavez would have done. He's got the like I trans heart like organized labor T-shirt
Yeah.
on as he debates this. And it was again, I saw him live in a debate in Dallas a couple of months ago. I streamed about it with my buddy who went with me, and it was just wild because it was basically all of his arguments were Philip Cafaro arguments, and he wrote the book How Many is Too Many, the Progressive Case for Reducing Immigration to the United States. And the argument was just more or less like, listen, this is bad for the environment, this is bad for labor, this is da 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 da, like, and he can't, but he's got to word it, and he's like, I love just my co-ethnics because I did Teach for America, and I'm a wholesome communist, and I love the catechism of the Roman Catholic Church, and I like using that line from James's epistle to screech about income inequality. But at the same time, and that's literally in the opening parts of this book, which I reviewed for the Mars review of books. But it's just like, okay, and your point being is that I can agree with this, but also like I can't agree with your anti system takes, because it's just like you guys are Marxists, and there's no beating those allegations when you're openly for it, and you take your time to shit on right wingers and to make a point that like I'm not like them, I'm not these other guys, and it's like no, but like you're still going to be welcomed by fellow travelers, but you're also still going to be hated because you shared a stage with Ann Coulter on immigration. Like,
No, but that's what I mean. Like the problem again, like most problems in terms of resources, if you want nannies to have higher wages, you're going to have to restrict immigration. I'm sorry to tell you that, but it's like, but then again, if you didn't have an inflation crisis, if the dollar actually did carry more, if people didn't find a necessity to have dual income families where they are neglecting their children, then, I mean, but then of course the sort of typical leftoid, because again, these people are whores of capital, they're like, well, maybe we should just have less children. We should especially have less white children. And so then you get like this sort of weirdo antinatalism that is combined with, having this keeping up with the Joneses lifestyle. And this gives rise to the YIMBYism, right? Where it's like, I'm going to destroy my own neighborhood for the greater good, but it doesn't really matter because I don't have children anyways. So it's like this, like NIMBYs are like the scum of the earth, in my opinion, a lot of them. They're, because I understand like the original thing about YIMBYs, yes, in my backyard, was that like, if you wanted to have urbanism that was ecologically conscious, that was like walkable or whatever, that's fine. But if you want like gay race communism and we are the world globalization, you're not going to have walkable cities. You're certainly not going to raise children in those cities. So what's the response? Either you adapt to the selection pressures by not having children, or you try to like make this moral argument against nannies, and it's just a self-fulfilling cycle. Because the point is that if you were to say, okay, a lot of those people are displacing the domestic labor market and they shouldn't be here, they would say, no, that's evil. Okay, I'm going to employ a woman from the third world. That's also exploitative labor. You can never win with these people.
No.
That's the whole point, because the point is that you can't win, right? Now, I agree
you're not supposed to win. No.
You're not supposed to win. Now, I agree that the domestic labor market and the situation economically is not conducive to single income families, sorry. But that being said, like, what's the solution? Apart from having a massive overhaul of both the economic and the immigration system, these people don't offer solutions. This is just belly aching about exploiting third world labor. Well, okay, then don't let them in. Oh, but we can't have that because we don't believe, because nobody is illegal. Okay, so pay them more. But that's going to have a bunch of other after order effects. Oh, but then by that time we're going to have Bernie Sanders style, socialist UBI, so it's really not going to matter. Like, again, social safety net, I agree. Very impossible in a nation of 400 million. Very impossible even here in Canada because of the immigration system. Because all of our social services are taxed to the limit. So again, you can't really win in the contemporary leftist framework. There's no winning.
Well, you're not supposed to. I mean,
Yeah.
every opportunity to point out, and again, this is why I think that the video trend for a lot of sort of normie cons, or even sort of like the early anti-SJW days, would be like, oh, we've debunked their like logic, with our superior logic traps and the Ben Shapiro style edits, but no one gives a shit about the contradictions, because the contradictions just are ways in which you can generate more mental gymnastics as to why you should be in power. And when you're already in power, you can kind of do that ex post facto reasoning as to why it works. And I think that that's really what we're going to see every time. And again, it's all that it is with sort of like the intersectional framework. And I wish that the right spent more time focusing on that back then, was because, again, it does not matter that you are a single issue Democratic voter because you hate industrial grade farming, and you think that like big pharma has too much power over how much like chemicals go into your chicken or whatever.
Yeah, of course.
You have to be on board with trans rights, or your issue gets no say whatsoever.
Yeah.
And you have to reorient it around like, well, I think animals should be treated better, to like, no, like animals in these like cages remind me of George Floyd and Derek Chauvin. And you have to like do this whole like racial minstrel show as to why like you support like prisons being opened and fulfilling every wish list item that the Weather Underground ever wanted, because that's exactly how close we were to like the end of our like civil society that we had it. And again, they more or less got it. And I just noticed on my feed, the Paul Harrell YouTube channel just uploaded a video that says I'm dead, so it is confirmed. Unfortunately, he just passed away, which is
the Shield DA episode 1. That's great. Yeah.
Oh boy.
I'm rewatching with my folks right now. Yeah, Vic Mackey Graper.
It is pretty funny that I just noticed what day it is. This is the 4th anniversary of my YouTube channel.
Whoa!
I've been doing this for 4 years. Good God.
Man.
Oh, I suddenly feel
Graper.
I feel like I've spent a long time I don't know how I feel about it.
Yeah, you can't. It's one of those things.
I like what I've done. I like what I do, but at the same time, it's like, damn, I've either invested a whole bunch of my time and effort into something, or I have like wasted it completely. But I think clearly by what we've done here and where I've been published at, I mean, it's been clearly worthwhile. But it's just like, whew, 4 years is a long time to stick at any kind of hobby / entrepreneurial endeavor. And a lot of businesses, I guess, fail after X number of years when they start out. And I guess this is different, but I mean,
sort of like your birthday when you get older. It's like, I don't know how to feel.
I turned 29 this year. I'm not looking forward to that.
Oh, I'm going to be 32.
We're getting older, Gio.
I can't believe it. Old Head Norwood Graper gang. Yeah.
That's true.
No, but it does raise like, I think, concerns about how a lot of people live. But then again, like the reason the article went viral is because the New Yorker is appealing exactly to its core audience of like largely urban libtards that feel guilty about the fact they have help. So I don't know. It's one of those things that there's no winning whatsoever. There's no winning.
Oh heavens no. There is no winning at all whatsoever in a world where you're being told constantly that if you're successful, you're still going to be hated, and you have to keep in mind about the poor and the suffering and all that. I mean, it's just a world where you're constantly miserable. Although I'm laughing because Nightmare Vision posted a clip about Dustborn, some awful video game, I think, that got grant funding. And E::R was replying to it. It's just like, man, it's always fun when you see like people whose content you enjoy just kind of like interact off the end, because it's just like, I don't know, ER's replying to Nightmare Vision. It's kind of a like, we're so back moment.
That was like Anna K. She retweeted this video that I think was made by Nightmare Efsler, where it was that cover from the New Yorker, but green screened into it was this like homeless guy in New York in Central Park, like berating some white kids, where he's like, all you people are racist. When I run for governor, it's going to be over for y'all. And it was the funniest thing ever. It's just like these nannies with their white kids, getting berated by this homeless black guy who's pretending to run for governor of New York. It was very funny. Nightmare Efsler, he's truly a visionary artist in the scene. He's up there with Biden R. Groyper, in my opinion. Just, don't get on his bad side though. Don't get on his, please, God, do not get on Nightmare F-Sir's bad side, whatever you do. So
he's the one who posted the Patrick Casey future Moldovan citizen fan edit, which was quite good.
He posted this one about the irony leftist talking about treats, and he's like putting garbage ape in it. Or like Chai-Wee the dog. Me and Fentanyl were actually talking about that on Cole Report. Like they're like the Democrat Party. They're like, it only took a few months to like bring up the treats discourse again. And
as the economy gets worse, it will continue to come back, and it'll stay that way, and that's what's going to happen every time. And it's if you want to afford your tank of gas and groceries that don't break the bank, those are treats. Those are treats, and you can't have that. Your entire worldview is predicated that everything you have is just something that comes out of the treat dispenser. And if it doesn't work because you've been a bad chud, then
what
sorry.
What did Vouch say? Well, I
don't know. Vouch is too busy, like, engaging in autoerotic asphyxiation over horse images. So I don't really care what he has to say.
No, but he made that point about like the computer I'm streaming on right now. It's mined by Colton. That's mined by African children. There really is no ethical treatment under capitalism, and therefore that's why it's okay to vote for Joe Biden and vote for Kamala Harris, because there's no ethics under capitalism. So just vote for Kamala Harris. He's in his cave. Yeah. Sawdust bread is too good for you. Shuts.
Yeah.
Well, in Stalingrad, they resorted to cannibalism. So, children couldn't go out at night during the siege. J-Reg endured himself by taking the piss of the breadwinners recently. Yeah, apparently J-Reg is doing pretty good. I didn't like when...
He's occasionally funny.
Yeah, like, I didn't like when he was attacking. He brought Meta Nomad on, and he was, like, dunking on him. But J-Reg's, like, schizocentrism is actually quite entertaining. There was this, like, during the DNC, there was that like woman that had the sign, and there was like a bunch of other people with like communist flags and the Austrian painter flag, and it's like, and I remember the one top comment was like, "This is J-Reg centrism." Leningrad was not Stalingrad. Well, same. Yeah, I may be getting them confused. What do they call it now? What do they call Stalingrad now? Do they call it Leningrad still?
It's Volgograd.
Volgograd. Okay, yeah.
For such a zigger, I'm surprised you don't know this.
Yeah, I know. No, I thought it went back to its czarist name, because I know I know Putler. He has been putting a lot of names back to its czarist roots. But I mean, you can never truly get rid of the influence of the Soviet Union on contemporary Russian society. That's impossible.
No, you really can't.
It's like Abraham Lincoln in America in some weird way. Like, you can't really get rid of it's like their version of Americana. You know what I mean? Like, it's that, yeah, it's so ingrained. Thomas was talking to those anime Austrian painter people. Well, my interview with Soliant went really good. So,
I think you can always enjoy an interview with an anime racist. It's always a good time.
Yeah, I was going to interview Smeed at one point, but then the guy I was going to interview him with kind of, never mind. The return graper. Should we pull up the Q&A questions that you had that tweet a few weeks ago?
I asked a couple weeks ago that we're nearing our 100th episode. What would you like us to talk about? Let me go see if I can find it.
Yeah, hopefully it's not too unoptical to put up on screen.
I'm not going to put it on screen. I'm just going to find the tweet and go from there. But let me go and find it, I guess, and we'll go from there and make it happen. But it is.
On the stream we say one thing, then we mention a little thing, then we bring in another thing, and then we do it for 2 hours, and then we bring it back and.
Okay, so yeah, I asked, tech willing, the 100th episode of the Digital Archipelago will be live. Of course, this was last week. I, of course, had things the tech was not working for me, unfortunately, which was
St. Grapersburg. That's what we should name something.
St. Grapersburg.
That's what Pootler's going to name when he takes. Nah, never mind. I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to joke. I'm not going to zigzag. I'm trying to calm down on the zigzagging, because I realize that, being like an unironic Putin stan is like very unoptical. So
kind of cringe.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of problems with Putin, and even like the way he's leading the war, like he's kind of very indecisive, and he's very reactive when it comes to it. Like for example, he bombed Poltava today in retaliation for the Kursk offensive. But even still, it's like, I mean, let's face it, Putin and Gerasimov and Shoigu, they were sitting on their balls for the first 2 years of the war, practically. So, I'm not going to say that
it wouldn't be a DA stream without Gio ranting about Russia and the war.
Well, that's what I mean. I wouldn't say that Putin, like, okay, granted, Putin did wrestle Russia from the brink, but that being said, like, I'm not going to say he's like this great war general visionary, because clearly, I mean, he's been fucking up left and right. Is the Russian military way is to screw up left and right for at least a few years. But anyways, go ahead, Prude. Go ahead. Well, what do you think of Putin's assessment of the war recently? I mean, the Kursk thing has forced him to react. Obviously, it's just
I think that there's a lot more about how this war has been prosecuted that we're just never going to know, being part because so much of this happens through back channels. But I mean, I think that he has had to show restraint because of the risk of escalation.
Yeah.
And that even when, I mean, a great example of that was when the Ukrainian anti-air had a rocket or a missile land in Poland.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Everyone and their mother was ready to go to World War III. And I mean, even Jack Posobiec and the rest of them in that regard. And so I think that it's just a case of, you have to have some restraint. Otherwise, things are going to only get worse. But I have not paid attention close enough to the war. I've kind of leaned back from that and focused on other things. So I can't really give you a fully fleshed out opinion, but we'll go from here. Shane, so this was the comments were more or less, TR Hudson says, book talk smut, which I'm not going to talk about. I don't really follow any of that. Stybox says we should do a redo of episode 69. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Season 3 is actually more interesting.
And Gio can cover that on a content-minded episode or something.
Well, you know what's funny is that I was watching this Kino Casino Club where they're talking about Kenny versus Spenny, and how like Spenny Holtz is like, Kenny. What's Spenny's last name? I forget. I'm like, I wonder if like I could do their like Gumroad thing where I could like give them the seasons of King to review. That would be funny because Kenny versus Spenny is like Kino Canadian millennial content, and it was very funny. But anyways, go ahead.
Some of the other ones that they wanted us to go over was I want Gio for the first hour to rant about the Maple Leafs. So there you go.
Well, it's a month from the season, so hopefully by October I'll have enough Maple Leafs rants up in the tank. So we'll see what happens.
Someone said we should review episode 1. That's not a half bad idea, actually.
Yeah.
Playlists. Let me go find the Digital Archipelago. Oh, the first episode premiered on your channel June 30th, 2022. So we've been doing this now for quite some time. And I was wearing very much a different show. And I had a different microphone back then. Oh, we talked about meme magic for 2.5 hours.
I remember that.
Yeah, and then so episode 2 was the pinned comment for episode 2, which is about nostalgia and media, is your pinned comment saying, "I can't believe this got monetized." Some of these older comments are quite entertaining, where it's just like, yes, my 2 favorite intellectuals who look like mob boss sidekicks. I look like the lawyer for certain people. Gio looks like a goon. It's very true.
Yeah, true.
Some of these comments are fun. Base Gio name dropping Ginger Snap. Such a good movie. Well, there you
That
go.
was, I guess, speaking of Canadian Kino, like, have you ever watched Ginger Snaps, Prude?
No, I haven't.
Oh, that's a millennial classic right there. You should watch Ginger Snaps.
I guess I'm gonna have to do that.
Yeah, it's a great film.
2000
I mean, I know it's like
horror fantasy.
It predates They Fall
with
It
Emily
Follows.
Perkins. Man, what a time.
Yeah. Like it predates It Follows as a metaphor for like teens and having sex and STDs, but it's a great film nevertheless.
Well, okay, I'll go watch that. Maybe I'll put up a review or something.
It's got a great nu metal soundtrack as well. What's the movie Gio hates? He should review it.
Now, what is a movie that you hate?
Well, I've been known publicly to bash Interstellar, so I mean, what else? I mean, I'm sure there's other ones I really hate. I mean, I don't know, because even some things that are bad, I can still find it enjoyable. Napoleon Dynamite. Yeah, I hate Napoleon Dynamite, but that's because like people wouldn't shut up about it in school for like 5, 6, 7 years. So Star Wars. I'm not a big fan of Star Wars. I'm more of a Star Trek guy. I'm trying to think of a movie I really despise and hate, apart from like propaganda, like Lady Bird or whatever, or like, you know, there is a lot of
movie I have yet to watch or see.
Yeah, it's about like it's pro-abortion.
Of
like,
course.
Like apart from outright propaganda films, what's an art film you hate?
Oh, there you go.
I don't know. I'm pretty biased towards art films. The Painted Bird was basically, speaking of the Daryl interview on Tucker, The Painted Bird was kind of enjoyable, but it was, I mean, apart from being like, okay, the reason I hate Berwick, the reason I hate Come and See is because it's become so like Redditified and bread tubers really love it, and it's become this like typical reiteration of a lot of a lot of like mainstream normie garbage. So yeah, Come and See has been ruined by people that like it. Thoughts on Juno? I like Juno was all right at the time. It was kind of silly, but we all know what happened to what's her name? What's his name now? Her name, his name. Elliot Page.
Yes.
Have you ever watched Juno, Prude?
Maybe once years ago, but I don't remember it strong enough other than to remember it was a teen pregnancy movie with Ellen Page. And I mean, I don't have any memory of it really, to be honest with you. I mean, Ellen Page is more memorable to me from her role in
Hard Candy?
Inception.
Oh, Inception.
Because I don't know.
Watch Hard Candy?
No, I haven't.
That's great. Me and Default reviewed it on Computer Room. It was great. What else? Who was asking? Martyrs. Well, you know what's funny is that me and Kino Corner, I think it's on his Patreon still. This was like a year ago. Me and Kino Corner did like 2 hours on the film Martyrs. That's one of my favorite art house horror films. It's like a theory cell dream too. It's like incredibly theory cell-ish. I think Max Durant did a video on Martyrs as well, reviewing it. What else? I mean, yeah, let's move on.
We can talk quite a bit. We can talk about movies all day. I mean, that's true.
I've never watched her, actually.
I have a review of her out on Substack, which will be turned into a video in just a short bit. I've been recording. If you want to go see that one,
maybe we could do a DA on her. No, I mean, it's kind of redundant for you, right? Because
I mean, I'll have all my talking points, but you've never seen the movie, so it would be fun to hear your take on it. But I'll put my video out hopefully next week, and then you guys then maybe we can do an episode on it. Although the first movie we have to watch is Wildcat, because we've been paid to go review that.
Yeah.
So we have to do that. Default username default user just says Oxford style debate on tits or ass. So there's that.
I don't know. I mean.
I'm not doing that though. Sorry. I'm a fan of both, but if I had to make a choice, I would say that I'm a hips guy because that is an indication of fertility. But I guess as just being a usual white guy, I've always had a thing for breasts more so than ass. But that's just sort of the natural way I think things are for me.
If you want, they have to complement each other, in my opinion.
They have to, because you can have
you got
like
the body for big tits.
You can have a rear that is like flatter than a 3-day-old beer, and then have a great chest, but then it's just kind of throws everything out of whack.
Yeah.
Some of these
you need the hourglass shape, you know.
You do. You truly do. Pac-Man Respecter in the reply said we need an official Cole poster tier list. I feel like
that's gonna offend too many people.
Really, all you need to do is just go listen to, you just need to follow the Coal Mine Canary. You just need to follow Peter Rex.
Yeah,
just follow Peter Rex, and you're fine.
Yeah.
And he just apparently, I just saw him on Twitter earlier today where he's eligible to be monetized.
By the way, Charlie Mackey, please, when we do it next week, give me another $100 because Mechanical for Leibowitz, okay, I should have specified book reports, book reviews are more than $100 because it's eating up a lot of my time, but I'm over halfway through Mechanical for Leibowitz. So if you could give me more money, Charlie Mackey, that would be great. That'll be good. Or else I'm just going to review the first, because listen, the reality is that the first chapter and the last chapter are the most interesting in the Mechanical for Leibowitz. So the middle one's interesting as well. There's some great quotes, especially when the one monk goes and sees the desert hermit that the original character saw in the desert like a few centuries previously. So it was but yeah, I mean, it's taking a lot of my time. No, but what was I going to say? Okay, Kohlers. It's easy because there's like a bunch of accounts that have like AI profile pictures that generate the same nonsense. Like there's one that's just dedicated. It's like a crypto scam thing, but like they have videos where like people are beating up predators that they find in the internet. There's like schizo, what's the name? Schizo, not schizo posting. The other one, something gateway.
Posting gateway. Or posting gateway.
He always posts
like shitpost gateway.
Shitpost gateway even posts like Cole that is specifically against the E-Right as well. So he's a huge Kohler. Historic Vids is a fucking piece of shit Kohler that always posts propaganda, regime propaganda. There's other Kohlers too. Like there's people that just post the same nonsense, engagement bait. And if Elon is serious that he wants to get rid of that, then I'm all for it. I'm all for promoting smaller accounts that have good content instead of just engagement bait nonsense. Like fucking, there's other people that I'm not going to name because I'm kind of cool with them. There's one in particular I'm not going to bash, but because I'm cool with him and I'm mutuals with him.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah,
it's okay.
But I put it this way, I wish I could just mute people. I don't like muting people. Yeah, Historic Vids is the worst. The Krasenstein twins, one of them follows me. I think Brian Krasenstein, but he follows like thousands of people. Yeah, they're bad. They post the equivalent of leftist Cole. Any like big organizer account, like any like go down the gamut. There's a bunch of like Canadian ones as well that are all like Trudeau shills that post nonstop Cole. Yeah, there's too many to pick from. But in terms of the scene though, I don't know. There's people that get accused of posting Cole that I'm a fan of, even though he fucking put me in a D tier list on the right wing E-Right tier list. He put me in that fucking T list. I was so pissed. But I will say that Mart posting is a great account. Posts a lot of lewd stuff, I know. But the way he does it, it's like Howling Mutant.
I can't avow that. I can't. Howling Mutant is way more tolerable than Mart, in my personal opinion.
When Mart talks about kissing his cousin, I can, like that. Like, listen, I know, okay? But as an artist, I can respect his lewd posting. And Mart actually does, his longing, his yearn posts are quite good. But Howling Mutant, of course, top tier, top shelf lewd posting. It's just some of the stuff he can come up with, I bow. Of course, Howling Mute's a great friend of the show.
Has been to say Howling Mute's a mutual for both of ours, but yeah, keep.
Who else could be accused of that people hate to see on the TL?
That's a great question. I mean, I think Mutan's definitely one of the. Depending on who you are on Twitter, you hate seeing Martin on the timeline.
Yeah.
We're friends of Martin on this show. We are. If I could have Martin on today, I would have him.
Well, I mean, people accuse Oren of being a Cole poster because he posts the same stuff, but I think I don't know, Oren. He's very good at hammering.
Oren's on a whole other league, and
yeah.
I'm sorry, Oren has been a very good friend to me. I would not be where I'm at without him. And every time that Oren has me on his show, he has no problem letting me rant to bring every issue we talk about. It doesn't matter if it's Nick Land or Trump or any random bullshit. We always bring it back to the one issue that matters, which is about demographics and immigration. And I'm sorry, the fact that he's with them, and you can hate on Glenn Beck all you want, I don't care. But I'm sorry, Oren is talking to people that you and I don't really get access to, and we get to be platformed by them. To me, that's a win. I'm not gonna stand by it.
Well, Bo was gonna say that, Prude, is like you have to realize that when Oren posts on Twitter, like his audience is not you.
No,
in a weird way. His audience is like boomers that don't know, like they politically don't know their own ass from a bunghole. You know what I mean? So they don't know their own bungholes from a hole in the ground. So you have to realize that Oren is not he knows the frogs. He's not appealing to frogs. He's appealing to non-frogs. So that's why he has to really take succinct talking points and really hammer them down. JJ the Jackoff playing Jalkington, people. I mean, another great lewd poster. Bad Boy Billy Pratt.
I was about to say the horny posters are either the most hated or the most loved. There is no in between.
Billy's been a great friend of mine for many years, and I'll always have his back. But I do understand, like, when you're engagement grinding with Reddit posts or with mids, jail. What was this one recently? Trainwreck hot, Femcell hot, disaster trash heap hot. Wyatt. No, I love Wyatt. I mean, Wyatt's kind of wrong on a lot of issues, but Wyatt's a top shelf poster. I don't know why people hate Wyatt so much. When Wyatt is on, Wyatt is on. All right. Future Moldovan citizen, he always mentions that thread. When Wyatt had sex once, and he described it as having sex feels like when you put your finger to like the roof of your mouth. He kept and Future Moldovan, like every third Night Owls has to mention that Wyatt tweet. But Wyatt's harmless. I like Wyatt. I'm pro Wyatt. Anyways, yeah, Piggy Hot. I noticed that Billy abandoned the Piggy Hot. He's more in the Femcell Hot.
I think we witnessed the reason why. We're both in that chat where there was an argument over, like, don't use Piggy Hot. There's no such thing.
Yeah, don't use it.
Like,
yeah.
There you go. It's always entertaining to see.
Yeah.
And again, I think that the best part to understand is that, like, all these factions and all these flame wars on Twitter, it's just like one GC camp shitting against another. And it's the eternal truth. It's just been tribalism all the way fucking down, and it's never going to go away. Another question that was asked was from our friend Owen Zaleski, who's been a great contributor to the show and to our work. He simply asks, how did this all begin? Was it Gio or Prude who first suggested it? Who came up with the digital archipelago, and what does it mean? And what's it like running a podcast for so long? Sure. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I think that we both kind of came to the conclusion because Gio started doing his own show after he left Break the Rules, BTR. And what episode was I? Was I like, because you did your own content minded first.
Episode 5.
Okay, so episode 5, we recorded on Discord for like 3 or 4 hours, like 3 hours without any script or notes or anything. And it was like, oh, this works.
We kind of like winked at each other and was like,
yeah, we were like, oh, let's just make it happen. And
I think like even when I was on BTR, I remember like when me and you were on together, we sort of had like a vibe, and then the thought like started turning in my head. But then when we recorded that episode for 4 hours, it was like, okay, then it was a foregone conclusion, you know?
Yeah. So I mean, that's kind of what happened there. Gio suggested Digital Archipelago because I wanted to have the title the Shitpost Archipelago. I'm glad that we went with digital in retrospect. But
Yeah.
and the reason why we said Archipelago is originally what our plan was before we realized we could make money doing this was we were going to have the show hosted on everyone else's channel. So like on 1 week would be on mine, 1 week it could be on Gio's, 1 week it'd be on like Dave's. And we would do this. We would hop around like an island chain to various channels. And you'd have to be there or you missed it. And then that idea died very quickly when we realized, oh, why would we do that? We'd lose out on all the super chat money.
We make other people money.
And the other people would make money. So like that's dumb. So we abandoned that quickly. And then I guess what's it like running a podcast for so long? I guess it's the same question about doing the YouTube thing or the Twitter thing for so long. I guess you just do it. It's like drinking coffee. Eventually you just get addicted to it and you tell yourself that you feel bad when you're not on it. So I guess that's a big part of it.
Yeah. It's sort of like you look forward to it, even if you don't exactly know what you're doing. You go with the flow, and sometimes like events just like fall in your lap that you kind of have to talk about. And I've never really regretted a show we've done. There's a few BTR episodes I remember regretting, well, more than a few, but it just sort of like, you get together and you do it. It's sort of like I forget what tag team said this. I think it was like it may have been when Kanemaru and El Desperado were the tag champs in New Japan, where they were like, well, even though if we don't even talk, like when we're off or whatever, it's like, you still go together and you're still like, you have a vibe. And it's sort of like you just grow accustomed to each other, and then people connote you with the other person, and it's just like I can't imagine doing something with somebody for so long when you don't have a vibe together. Like I remember watching this documentary on Opie and Anthony, and apparently for years Opie and Anthony did not speak to each other outside of the show. They just couldn't get along. And it was like, how could you like have this hugely popular show, you're making millions of dollars, and you're not like actually friends anymore? You're not like, you know what I mean? That always seemed weird. And it does happen a lot. There's a lot of bands like that where people just historically cannot get along, but they happen to have chemistry when it comes to music, even though they hate each other. But I feel like podcasting's different because you sort of have to have an agreement, because your own thoughts and feelings and what you put out there is the content. It's not this other thing that you channel your emotions into. And so I feel like podcast hosts that hate each other never works out. I mean,
that show doesn't ever last long.
Yeah, it's great in concept, but it doesn't work out. It just can't, for obvious reasons. So I don't know, like imagine if we did a show with like a leftoid or something. It's just like it could work, but like
if it was a 3-panel show, yeah, and it's just and there's just one leftoid, and you sort of again, you and I are gonna have a look at each other. We're just like, we can't believe we haven't put up with this shit, but at the same time, like that, it works, I guess. But
then again, they have to, like you can't have like they have to be at the end of the day, you have to be on the same wavelength, I think, or else.
Yeah, and I mean, I have said this before. These people are sick, or the 2 of the 3 co-hosts of the original the Fed Post podcast. Like I like talking to them, but I also know that there's such an immense gap in where our ideology or our belief system overlaps. And so like, yeah, we can agree on some things, but like we'll never get to like any sort of the root cause issues or anything like that. Like I remember when like the Fed Post was still around, I think I was recording during like Holy Week or Lent, and I had said something, and then I remember CRK was just like, "Oh yeah, like we got into a bit about religiosity," and he's like, "Yeah, that stuff's important, but I don't want that for me." And I was just like, "So like spiritually a leftist, and like that probably will never change as long as you're alive." But it's like I can still enjoy talking to you, but I also know that like when push comes to shove, like politically speaking, I know that we're going to be on opposite sides of almost every issue. And that's the thing. Like there are some interesting lefties that I have spoken to, both in my like real world political life, but also online. And like they're interesting, and I've had long email chains back and forth with some fellas. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it's just like I don't think I'd ever want to get a beer with this person or anything like that. But I have an interesting like, oh, let's talk about this one idea. But I guess when it comes to like a podcast host or someone that you can regularly talk to, like, you know, it's like this. Like, it's funny because like Gio and I don't talk very often outside of the show. I mean, we do sometimes, but like, we'll play the show kind of like a day or two beforehand. Or
well, it's different when you're in group chats together because then you're interacting all the time.
Then then you talk to everyone all the time. Because I mean, like if we weren't in any GCs at all, I'd imagine we talk more one-on-one, but we don't because we're in GCs. So it's like, oh, I know what Gio's doing, or I know what like sort of track he's on, and we're all putting out our own separate content, so we can get a pretty good read of what we're doing. So it's not like I need to. Like I don't need to have like a monthly fucking like agile like what are we talking about this week, Gio? Because it's like no, we're all part of the same sort of noosphere, and it kind of works out. And so I mean like we wouldn't have lasted this long if we didn't make it work, or if we didn't think that the chemistry was there. Like clearly there is very much a straight guy, you know, laughable main character kind of syndrome, or not syndrome, but like dynamic going on, and like everyone is trying to do it's all about the Laurel and Hardy bit. Everyone's got a role to play, and that's sort of like the eternal podcast duo thing, is that everyone fulfills the Laurel and Hardy thing. And I think it's very clear who's who, and it just works because that's how those sort of duos just work in a discussion.
Like I like to think when I do my stuff like on Content Minded, it's there's a different voice there when you're interviewing something as opposed to like when you're on equal footing with someone. Yeah, exactly. And your friend BTR was fun until it wasn't. This is comfy. Yeah, exactly. It's fun till it isn't. That's what I mean. Like, when you have that like adversarial dynamic, how would you get Tucker and DA? That's over our blood. That's kind of never gonna happen. You never know. Never say never.
Never. I was gonna say never say never. But I mean, it's very unlikely that we're going to get there, but you never know. I mean, how many of our mutuals now have ended up on Tucker Carlson's program? I mean, like anything's possible, and I wouldn't throw anything out of the rug. Like and again, it's all about who you have connections to or connections with, and I mean that's the power of like Twitter is fun on the timeline, but the timeline is merely an audition to be invited into the group chat. That's all that it's for. It's like, do you have an insightful position, or are you like a good podcaster? Are you a good word cell? Like, can you create something interesting and make a good point? Like, I don't know how many GCs he's in, and I would love to be in a group chat with him. But like Robert, you know, like Egg Report, Randy, like he's one of my favorite writers ever. And like, you know, like I know that guy is worthy of being added to like every major big name sort of group chat or whatever, because he is that talented and he's that good. And that's really what you're there for. Like, or if you're a good media producer, if you're a good host, if you're a good sort of commentator, like things are going to like come your way. And that's sort of like the beauty of it all in that respect.
There's people that keep themselves exclusive, like him or
Landshark.
Yeah. Like I respect that, you know, because the group chats are equally like, it's like a big part of your day in a lot of ways. You're always like responding to something. And it can be hard to keep up, but yeah, exactly. I mean, you have to have a rapport with somebody, and I think like the adversarial stuff can be nice, but it's you get comfortable with something, and then it just happens. You really can't, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Eventually, you're gonna run into the fact that as much as it's fun to make the money or to get the views, like you're either a dancing monkey where you hate yourself and you know how like you're debasing yourself, or you're just like, I'm done. Otherwise I'm gonna like, you know, just redact the other person live on air, and nobody really wants to do that. And Gio and I don't want to kill each other, which is sort of a blessing in its own
if
right.
Like a bigger media company like the Blaze wanted to take us? What would you do?
I would say that that's how I would know they don't watch a single damn thing we do. If they came out of their way and they're like, you know, Mr. Prudentialist, Mr. Pannichetti, we would love to have you on as sort of like a weekly program over at the Blaze. And that's how I would immediately look whoever is talking to us straight in the eyes. I'm like, thank you for never watching our show as we sign on the dotted line, because I distinctly remember, I think it was like, I don't even remember what episode it was. I just remember like calling out Richard Hanania for an incestuous looking Levantine face. And I know that like eventually that clip will be used against me.
Yeah.
Or like, oh, what is the Digital Archipelago about? And it's like it plays the clip where we just laugh our asses off to Five Little Chuddies. Like, there's millions of things could go wrong in that respect, you know.
Yeah.
But or the time I called for like Jackson Hinkle to be like Real Raw News, arrested and executed, source the military.
He's a traitor. Yeah.
So it's like, hey, depending on your point of view, like sign us up. On the other hand, not so much. So
yeah,
it all depends. But I mean, if that were to happen, I would say.
I mean, Patrick
yes.
Casey, didn't he write for something for the Blaze recently?
Yeah, he did. He's also wrote for
American
a couple of other publications.
Yeah.
The American Conservative, Chronicles Magazine, and a few other places. So I mean, I feel like he's one of those examples of like you can get put on a hate list, but still kind of slowly crawl your way back into relevancy, which is good. Very few people get to do that.
You could be the top of like some of the most notorious organizations ever, and still reoptic yourself. You know.
Yeah, you can still make it work.
Yeah. That's crazy, going from like the leader of Identity Europa to going on the Blaze.
Many such cases.
It's because he's got a big Irish. No, I'm not. No, don't worry. I'm not. He hates that meme.
Big old Irish noggin.
It's something else, but you know, I mean, let's not go there.
Oh, is he Dr. BWC? Is that who Nightmare Vision's been singing about all these years?
That
makes sense.
He hates that meme though, so it is what it is. You know what's funny though, is that you were talking about the movie Her.
Yeah.
Is that I like surprises though, because the recent episode of the Computer Room, because we have like a big backlog because both D and myself didn't have really great summers. The recent article was she's like, don't read this viral article on her blog, on her Substack.
Was this the guest one about femcells?
No, that was a great one. We're going to interview Venus. That was a great one. This was another.
She followed me today, and I feel so bad for her.
Oh man, she's a great girl. She's married, by the way.
Oh, cool. I can block.
No, don't block her.
Actually, no. All the women I follow on Twitter, and there's like 5.
Yeah.
Actually 4 I've been opening. All the women I follow that are on my following list are all married and have children or something like that. So I guess I can throw Venus on there on the list.
But this was another woman. This was an Asian woman.
It's Eyelash Show.
Maybe. It was an Asian woman, anonymous woman who was writing this piece. And I didn't read it, so it was like total live reaction. Who was like a mail order bride to a guy who was into questionably aged Asian girl material and who later transitioned, that she reported to the police for cheese pizza.
Oh activities. Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah. So this guy was into K-pop, hentai, into like, and he would like show her images of young Korean girls, and then you know she goes into their relationship and how she was basically using him for a green card at the end of the day, and then she reported him because he started transitioning and he was into questionable pizza related things. So that was a wild article, and we went into the whole like intersections of class and race and so forth. Yeah, exactly, Internet Friend. I was actively angry reading it. Yeah, it was terrible. I mean, well, because Internet Friend, you're a K-pop stan, and it gives you guys a bad name. And we should get Internet Friend on one time, because like Internet Friend, he really he went to war with these like libtard K-pop people recently, and it was quite interesting actually. Internet Friend's got a great YouTube channel, so
yeah, not opposed at all. We should definitely make that happen. Our friend also, Mr. Davis Hunt, over the pamphleteer, he's on the Blaze News right now talking about what happened with they finally released the full unredacted Tranifesto over in Nashville over a year ago.
Can you read it on the Blaze or no?
I don't know if they're reading. I don't think they're reading it because you can go look it up yourself and see the imagery and the writing, and it's some of the most deranged shit possible.
Oh, send it to me.
Yeah, I mean you can find
Paywalled episode of TA. Maybe?
No, I'm not.
You're not. That's really, too dark. Yeah,
I don't really cover. We joked one time about covering an episode where we would cover some of those things, and I'm kind of glad we never did.
Yeah.
Because I kind of don't want to encourage that behavior or anything like that.
How would we even go about, like, it would have to be paywalled, right? So,
Yeah, it would force to be paywalled, and that would be the case. And it's just like, oof, I don't
Stephen Paddock didn't have a manifesto. Did he?
Just more, I don't know. He did not. And
very weird.
And then his brother said that he didn't expect this to happen. And then all of a sudden he was found with all sorts of stuff on his computer. And it's just like a little questionable there. But everything.
Wasn't he married to like a Filipino woman?
I think so. I'd have to go find.
Yeah, she was like a card shark or something. And he was like a retired boomer that had money or something.
Yeah, that's how I understood.
He was like a Las Vegas lush, he was like one of those like pool hall sharks. You know what I mean? Like he was one of those types, like leaving Las Vegas types, Everything about the Paddock shooting doesn't make any fucking sense. And we will never get any answers ever. Yeah, Stephen Paddock's Filipino wife, Groiper. There you go. No, but people, like, okay, I understand the political reasons why the federal government would want to hold back. Not to say I'm condoning it. It's a terrible injustice that they've held back the Nashville shooter manifesto, because it makes basically the foot soldiers of a lot of the regime very uncomfortable. But the Paddock shooting is like something that is so eternally strange and weird, and we have no answers. There's never been any answers given as to why this guy did it. There's never been any answers onto his life. A lot of interviews with his family have been redacted. It's one of those things, man. It's one of those schizo infograph things.
That you'll never get real answers to.
What year was that? That was before Clonvid, right?
Yeah, it was 2017. It was
my God, that long ago?
Yeah, it was that long ago. It was in the first year of the Trump administration, and the first thing that we really had to deal with from there was just the bump stock thing, and like the worst mass shooting in American history under the Trump administration. And it's just, the more you look into it, the more you're like, oh, this kind of glows and this doesn't look right. And then you're just like,
Was Seville after the Las Vegas shooting?
Let's take a look.
Yeah.
I don't. Let's take a look. I gotta do the loss. You're making me look up mass fun.
I know. It was 2 months before Las Vegas Golden Knights' inaugural season. Well,
October 1st, 2017, and then the rally was much earlier than that. So I don't think so.
Oh, it was after. It was after.
It was after.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, well, now we have the Utah team is
August of 2017, so just a couple of months before.
Oh my God! So no. So Seville was a few months
before.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a wild couple of.
2017 was crazy.
It was a wild year.
People were getting banned left and right. I remember that was terrible times to be online in 2017.
Certain people were right wingers, and now they're raging commies.
Or they're NATO. They're like unironic racist liberals.
Yeah.
Less than, or I should say, even like less than racist liberals. I don't know. Although I don't know, one of them actually, a birdie of mine tells me that this one particular figure is still kind of racist, but just in public he can't post like his old self. But yeah, I'm not talking about Hanania either. But
who were you before the war, Dad? And it's just like, don't ask, son. Don't ask.
Yeah, 2017 was wild.
There's some email accounts I still keep active that I can't reply to.
We have someone in the audience, Mr. Anxiety Floppa. I was in middle school when Vegas shooting happened. Damn, you were in middle school in 2017? Oh my God. I feel old. Holy crap.
That was 7 years ago.
Yeah.
What are you doing here? What
you
are
in
you doing
college?
here? In
He's
27, I was in college in 2017.
me too. Yeah, I was in my master's in 2017.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
I was in my junior or my third year of undergrad. I was just like, oof, man. Thank you for making me feel old, and that's saying something in its own right because I don't
Yeah.
feel old at all. No Trump shooter manifesto either. That's also true, Andrew. And they also
Maxwell Yerrick,
and they also convinced, what was it? They cremated the body in the midst of an active investigation. What choice? I was in boot in 2017. Well, see, that means you were at least 18.
It was Maxwell Yerrick and Alan Wrench killed Kurt Cobain, and that was a good thing. And
Sean
he may have
being
killed El Duce.
Sean being the Gen X expat
This is what
that
your
he is.
children
He's like, you people are children to me, and I think it's true.
So it was Maxwell Yerrick that tried to kill Trump. It was Alan Wrench that killed Kurt Cobain and may have killed El Duce. So go listen to the band Kill Alan Wrench, methed out Gooner Chud, killed the god of the hipsters everywhere, Kurt Cobain. His real name isn't Alan Wrench, but he was a plumber, so
it's
very interesting backstory. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, like, okay, he may have not killed Kurt Cobain, but in my world, I like to believe that a Satan worshipping methed out Gooner Chud plumber in like a cock rock band killed Kurt Cobain, because that would be like cosmic justice, it's so weird way. Meth spoon foil Kuiper.
I'm trying to remember.
I'm trying to meme this. I'm trying to meme that Alan Wrench killed Kurt Cobain. Anyways, go ahead, bro. He's rolling his eyes.
Out of all of no, I was just remembering the fact that wasn't there one of these sort of individuals that had allegedly had an addiction or some sort of pornographic obsession with Martha Speaks.
Yes.
Like,
yes. That's
we're in a it's a sick world out there. Sick people. People.
Yeah, Courtney Love paid $50,000 to Alan Wrench to kill Kurt Cobain. And El Duce said this in the Nick Broomfield Kurt and Courtney documentary. And 2 weeks after that documentary came out, El Duce, who was the singer of the Mentors, famous shock rock band in the 80s and 90s. You could look up. I remember when I was in high school, I found when the YouTube algorithm used to bless you with content, used to bless you with Kino and Nectar. I was in high school. In America, I guess you would call it junior. And I discovered the Wally George interview with the Mentors, with El Duce. And it went down this whole rabbit hole of how El Duce alleged that Courtney Love paid Alan Wrench $50,000 to kill Kurt Cobain to make it look like a sunsetting. And then 2 weeks after the Kurt and Courtney documentary by Nick Broomfield, El Duce mysteriously dies by getting hit by a train. So, I don't know. And he was last seen in a car with Alan Wrench before he died. So, and Alan Wrench, I believe now is a karate instructor or something like that. But there was also this rumor that he scammed some German wine heiress out of all of her money to run this film company in exchange for sex. There's a wild backstory to Alan Wrench as a methed out Gooner Chud with the generic Satan cock rock band where he would like dress up like Satan, and it's like the most generic shit you've ever heard, but it's like based because I don't know. Anyways, I've been down this rabbit hole. It's just yeah, the Wendigoon Kurt Cobain iceberg. I'm embarrassed. It's
only a matter of time.
I'm embarrassed to admit in high school I had a bit of a Nirvana trip, but But then I discovered.
I feel like everyone does at some point, and then you just discover better music.
Yeah,
or you go down a totally different rabbit hole, because like my entire music taste is that of an early 2000s shit lib and hipster. I've already said it. I don't care. I mean, like I've seen the Decemberists live more times than I care to admit publicly, but I am admitting it publicly. But I mean, again, like you can find better music, and then once you do, like you kind of really just like, oh yeah, Nirvana. There's like 3 good songs, and you just sort of move on. Like that sort of moment has passed.
The Vanilla Iceberg.
I like that. That's actually funny. Oh, and Hathios asked me to talk about Halo, as I usually will sometimes rant about it on the show. But I mean,
well, I've ranted about Alan Wrench, so now you rant about Halo. So
there you go. It's all a matter of time. I've always hated Nevada. Always preferred Death Cab for Cutie. I've also seen them live more times than I would ever like to publicly admit.
Whoa,
Bob, not Bob. The lead vocalists for both the Decemberists and for Death Cab for Cutie, or Ben Gibbard, are just really good. I like their music, and they've got great vocals, and I like them a lot. In the same way, I've also seen the Mountain Goats live only a few times, so it hasn't really happened all that much. But I like that music more, and it's just sort of the case there. Wormhatcher says, read Who Killed Kurt Cobain by Ian Halperin.
I've heard of that. I heard of that book. He alleges that another friend of theirs may have killed Kurt Cobain. But I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty solidly in the camp that Alan Wrench did it. But I'll definitely look up that book, Wormhatcher. So
I bet you could get a good Giant Art Reviews episode out of that.
Yeah, if someone pays me $100, I would.
If someone pays $100, there you go. Yeah. Always be shilling.
But
always be closing.
I have faith that Alan Wrench ridded the world of Kurt Cobain.
Tell us how you really feel, and then you can go from there.
No, because imagine like the chuddest of chuds getting rid of like the god of millennial hipsters everywhere. No, it was actually Alan Walsh.
I'm not really sure that he is the millennial hipster god. I feel like there's
okay, Gen Xer, but like millennials definitely did.
Well, that's true. I agree with that, but I
mean, half the music you listen to wouldn't exist without Kurt Cobain.
That is also very true, but also, that is true. The real question is, what helmet did you wear, and why was it EVA? Why would you ever wear the EVA helmet in Halo? Like, sorry, we're just gonna.
Yeah, I even know about that. That's
In what world would I ever want to wear this helmet? I'm now getting image open, a new tab. Share tab and share screen. Sorry, we're gonna go on a rant now.
I forget, what was your favorite Halo? Halo 2?
Man, it's no CE. I play CE the most out of all of them. Why would you wear this? It's a giant gold face plate, and it simply says "shoot me." No, you don't do this. Not at all.
Yeah,
you never do that. The security helmet is probably the only like big sort of like polarized visor that's really worth looking into. So no, absolutely not. You just don't do that. The one I would
see that from a mile away across the map. Yeah.
Yeah. The one I always wore was Mark V. I always wore the Mark V helmet just because I liked what the Mark V helmet was from Halo CE, because I liked that armor style the most. So wasn't ever gonna change it. So anyone who doesn't know, this is what the CE Halo Mark V armor looked like. So share the stab instead. That's what I would wear. That was my go-to. I liked the CE aesthetic, and if not, I would always just sort of LARP as an ODST. That's how you would go about it. That's the way that you do it. We only recently found out who killed Tupac. So I mean, like, there you go.
Was it Suge Knight?
No idea.
Biggie Smalls.
But Yellow Lantern's going to have to fess up now and tell us who actually killed him, and go from there.
I think Tupac's maybe he was still alive or no. That's a stupid conspiracy theory. Maybe. I think Suge Knight probably did kill Eazy-E. That's probably the truth. But
I feel like that one's probably the most likely.
He injected him with AIDS. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, let's not kid ourselves in that respect. AIDS, the down low brother killer right there. Kills. Yeah. There you go.
It was done by Cyberdyne Systems Model 101.
Yeah. First of its kind. It was Puffy. There you go. And then Sean's letting us know that he's actually not dead. Tupac is alive. Harp controls the weather, and other brilliant black theories.
They never caught Big L's killer either.
That'd be a fun book to write.
Yeah,
Steve Saylor or some other like HBD guy should just be like Harp, Suge Knight, and We Was Kings, like the greatest of like black academic history. and just go through and debunk every single one.
George Floyd is still alive.
That's the ultimate.
He's
George
alive
Floyd,
in our hearts.
it's
Yeah,
the ultimate George Floyd creepypasta is that he's secretly still alive.
yeah. Same with Trayvon Martin. He's still alive.
The rumor is he's still robbing gas
He's in
stations
Obama's
as we speak.
basement. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Oh, I shouldn't have said that.
Did we get the Digital Archipelago theme song? No, we have not, because I've been trying to find it in my replies and my mentions. Actually, I can just do that this way.
Someone did a good remix. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I'm trying to find, so I can put it up on screen. But yeah, I'll find it. Don't you worry. Actually, I should be. If not, just DM it to me or reply to me on Twitter, and I will make sure that it gets put up on the air. Did we already have Floydmas this year? No, I don't think so.
You know, people were predicting that this year was going to be another Floyd-esque riot, and there was a black woman that got killed. She was trying to throw hot water on the cops.
Speaking of Martyr Maid, this is where he was all like, screw these pigs, da 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 da. And it's just like, oh, that libtard streak comes out because all those remember those death to the martyrs of remember the martyrs of organized labor, and it's just like, yep, here we go.
Well, I don't know. Did you want to talk about the Martyr Maid interview? I mean, he's a mutual of mine, and he's a good guy.
He's a mutual of mine as well, and I don't want to talk shit too much. Just professional courtesy. But
his takes were kind of I disagree with them.
Those are things I'm going to publicly disagree with, but he kind of did. Yes, I would agree in that respect. But
we have more questions, then we'll cover the Martyr Maid interview. Yeah,
I have not seen the whole thing. A lot of it feels like the very David Irving kind of Churchill is actually one of the big baddies of World War II. And I mean, there's a lot that you can make that case definitely for.
Yes, I agree.
People who influenced the policies behind his administration or his government, you definitely do so. He also thought immigration would never be fixed. There's a lot of people who are more or less black-pilled on the immigration question, and I think that that's kind of fair to be. Until you see meaningful action on immigration, it's just going to be a great talking point until it's too late, demographically speaking. So,
well, I mean, Churchill did preside over the falling of the empire, so there's a lot of cases to be made.
Yeah, and a lot of that was also accelerated under governments he was not part of. But yes,
right,
I do agree that the war itself and wanting to push for it definitely would lead to a few things that were not going to be beneficial to the empire. I mean, if you wanted to really talk about the empire, I mean, the way that you would go, or with his respect to being a leader or war or someone in war, I mean, you would talk about Gallipoli or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But nevertheless, this is sort of the history there. I have to watch the whole thing. I'm not going to comment on it until I see it. And
I'm about halfway through. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I need to go watch it.
It is a good interview. It is a great interview. I mean, it does. I mean, the fact that they're openly talking about this stuff is kind of interesting, and it's sort of even they acknowledge that now is not the time, but eventually the sort of mythos around World War II in the later half of the 20th century will be, at least people will be able to openly discuss certain things. And I think for however much, I mean, there is warranted criticism of Tucker Carlson. It is a meaningful victory that, someone of his platform can be so open and honest. And you have to realize Martyr Maid himself isn't even he's not fucking Lucas Gage, you know what I mean? He's not David Irving.
Yeah, no, he's not. No. He's a pretty normal.
Yeah.
Well,
but now the media is
optical in terms of optics, he's as optical as you can get while still getting some calls by Jocko and others being like, "Hey man, you got to tone it the hell down, otherwise we're gonna have issues."
But now the media, they're gonna come out and they're basically gonna paint him like he's David Duke. So,
well, and I guess we'll wait on the. For me, it's the Stalin's war theory. I mean, the idea that the Soviets are the ones, the real. I mean, that theory.
That's a good theory. Yeah.
It's the one that McMeekin stands by, and all right, I've got the video. We'll play. That will be the video we play when we close out the show tonight.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Does Thomas endorse that theory about the Stalin that Stalin wanted to push for the war hard, or?
I actually don't know. I want it when I eventually, and I plan to, so people don't get upset. I do plan to finish Stalin's War as a series. I do want to have Thomas on to talk about it because I do want to know his thesis on it. So that's going to happen.
But the basic thesis is that basically the Anglosphere was getting involved in this like genocidal race war between the Germans and the Russians. And
the thesis that McMeekin puts out, sort of based on other hypotheses that came out during the Cold War, which was just basically that Stalin's idea was that in sort of this midst of perpetuating revolution is that what we are going to do is that we are going to get Western Europe to instigate a war, destroy their economies, destroy them, and then take over the rest.
Mm-hmm.
And I think McMeekin, the Suvorov theory is what he comments on it. He does not endorse that theory, but he makes a case nonetheless that there's there. And the great game is there. Like the geopolitics of the 1910s with respects to, say, like the Anglosphere versus Russia has not changed. The technology has changed. The politics has changed. And it's nevertheless sort of terrifying. But no,
to drive a wedge between Germany and Russia as well is like a big concern.
Not to mention that the Soviet Union had most of Germany's vital mineral and oil resources pretty much under their control, which is going to cause a lot of issues.
No, I mean, exactly. And I mean, that's a good case against what Martyr was saying about Churchill, is that when you actually look at the real picture, I mean, half the world was ceded to communism after World War II. So, it wasn't only Churchill's fault. I mean, FDR has a huge amount of responsibility with that. So, but, I mean, I don't want to stray into like total anti-Anglo posting, which was very popular in the E-right back in like 2017, 2018. But at the end of the day, I mean, there are even forces above Churchill, I think, that wanted the war to happen, and what happened. And so
excuse me. C.G. Constantine, only because I know it's C.S. Lewis, and I haven't read that since college. But it's a book, so I'm going to just simply say 150. Books and video games is a little harder to review because, like, Charlie Mackey paid for one like at the beginning of the summer, and I'm about to put that out because video game review, and I had to play it a couple of times, and I put a lot of hours into it. But I'm not opposed to doing book reviews. I just know that it takes time. Do you know that, Mr. Constantine, like, you're going to have to put it's just going to take a moment, because here's on my reading list of things to do. I would like to bring back book club for my patrons. I would need to get ready to put out a review of V. and Ebert's book, The Georgia Buddha, that's being put out by Passage Press. And then I've got something I need to do with T.R. Hudson and the Double Dealer. And so my reading list is lengthy. And also this Friday, because I took the time to read this schizo book myself, it's incredibly low. When you pay $400, Berwick, I'm not paying yet. I'm not playing that to do it. But
what schizo book, Prude?
Spinal Catastrophism.
Oh yeah. I listened to the review by Dimes and
Dimes and I are talking about it this Jules, Friday. And actually
Judas.
I can announce that here. Dimes and I are starting a monthly show, and it's called Do You Even Read? And we're going to just review books like that, because every time that Dimes and I talk together, it's literally about the crazy literature that we read. So if you go to my Odyssey channel, and if you go to Rumble, you're going to find about 6 hours of Dimes and me talking about the book What Went Wrong? The Creation and the Collapse of the Black Jewish Alliance. So
is that like your version of the core report?
No. I mean, we just review books. That's all that we do. It's going to be a book review show, and it's just going to be a once a month thing that we do. Because every time that Dimes, you and Dimes are like my two favorite Canadians to talk to, and so that's just the place I want to go.
I was thinking of like having like a regular for the core report, but I don't know. Like, I mean, it'd probably be fentanyl, but it's just, I don't know, man. Like, I like the one with Gabe. But you and Dimes, like, what's the book you're thinking of doing next?
Well, I mean, we're doing Spinal Catastrophism this Friday, and then after that, I need to get to work with the Passage Press one, and also we have a special guest to come on, so I'm going to bring him on. Hi, Mr. D.
Oh my God! $20. Hello.
Howdy, Mr. D. How are you?
I'm reasonably well, as good as a man of my age and wisdom could possibly be. No, I'm all right. I had a bit of an emotional farewell
Yeah, I
an
was
hour or so
watching it.
ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, the end of unpopular opinions. So my my claim to internet niche micro celebrity is has grown quite thin. But now I'm back because I'm on one of my favorite podcasts. It's an honor to be here.
Well, we're glad that you're here.
Mr. D for third chair, maybe.
No,
The chat might not be happy with that. The
I
chat
don't
is
think
always
so.
sat its fat butt. The chat,
Yeah.
the collective ass of chat sits in the third chair.
But so are you still going to collab with AA in the future? How's that going to work?
No, probably
Oh.
not.
Oh.
So he's changed format, and he's described it on. He described it earlier tonight, but he's sort of basically going back to doing scripted videos. And I said, "Are you mad?" I mean, because I know in a previous life I had lots of experience with editing, both film, both actual like 16mm film and also video, and it's just it's a time sink.
Yeah.
It's very time consuming. It's of course you gentlemen, as you gentlemen are very well aware. And as far as I've heard, it's not a terrible, it's not a big draw on YouTube as much as it may have been.
Yeah,
You
the
know, everyone seems
algorithm.
Oh yeah,
it's disfavored. Yeah.
YouTube wants you to stream, and if you stream regularly, that's all that the algorithm wants you to do. So it's hard because I have a bunch of scripted content I want to put down the barrel, but I know that YouTube, because I do streaming so often, wants me to stream more often. So my live streams will always get more views than any scripted content I put out, which is why most of the time it just stays on Substack anyway.
Yeah, YouTube also likes podcasts because if you're like have the podcast feature.
Oh yeah.
Same with content mine. That's why.
Which
yeah,
we
I
do.
get solid views.
You and I both have the podcast feature added because I put the Digital Archipelago on a podcast playlist, and then you have your show, and it's just an absolute mess. Yeah, and unless you're Indian, it just ain't gonna work.
Yeah, they also want a lot of shorts, which I have to get back to doing because so YouTube wants like really long content and really short content.
There's no in between.
Yeah, the in between is where you get hammered. Yeah.
I don't like. I mean, maybe because I'm so old, but I just don't like the shorts. I really like because often when I listen to if I'm listening to when I listen back to your show, or sort of things like that. I'm working in my studio or whatever, and I like to have something to listen to. I don't listen. I listen to music sometimes, but often I reserve because I like to. It's something about just listening to people talk and hearing kind of conversations and things. It's good. It's good for when I'm doing certain kind of work. So I like long things. So the last thing I want to do is like put on a 9-minute video and then dip my hands into a vat of cadmium red, and then I can't change whatever. So I like long content, and I really don't like shorts. I just I'm not a TikTok person.
You're not like default who just scrolls for 3 hours a day. She has her baby in one hand and TikTok in the other.
Wow. No,
I mean,
it doesn't
that's her full-time job, Gio. It's a little different.
True. You're a fan of cadmium red. I was in my palette. I like alizarin, but I've since switched to quinacridone burnt orange as my more red shifted red. Blue. Yeah.
Alizarin red is wonderful.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem with sort of true. I mean, the older alizarin crimson, which
Modern,
was so it's interesting actually because that color, that range of colors used to be, they were called lake colors, and they were produced from plants. There's a plant called the madder, as you mentioned, but there's other plants you can extract the dye from, and then you basically you produce a lake, which is to dye a substrate like a sort of neutral pigment powder. And then that's what you grind into the paint. The problem with many of those pigments is that They are not terribly light fast.
Very
They will
fugitive
fade.
over time.
Yeah, they're fugitive. And then in the 19th century, they came up with a synthetic version, but that was also quite fugitive. Now there's good ones, and it's a wonderful color. You know, it's very
Yeah.
generally tend to be quite transparent, and so
A lot of permanent lizards are basically quinocridones. I like naphthol red. It's like if I ever need something very high key, it's like a true red. But I love quinacridone burnt orange. I think it's because I like a lot of earth colors, a lot of siennas, and so anyways. But so Mr. D, though, are you gonna start doing your own content now? Are you finally gonna get kicked out of the hen house and to go off on your own? Off of the
I'm more of a cuckoo. I'm I sort of insert myself into other nests, and no, I mean, I don't have the time or the inclination to sort of have a channel or produce regular content. I mean, I suppose the Twitter Spaces are as close to to that sort of thing as I can get, but that's just fun late at night, and of course those are not they're not archived, and so they disappear into the winds of time. But I don't know. I mean, there was something nice about being a guest on someone else's channel. I don't know. Do you two ever? I mean, because you both do guest spots. Is that appealing to you?
I mean, I a regular guest on Orange Show. I'd sometimes pop in on other places. I'm going to be with Sven Zeil over on his channel, Conscious Caracol, next Friday. So I mean, I like being a guest because it means that I get to do Prude's best hits on takes when it comes to to an audience that's not necessarily mine, and it's always nice that I don't have to preach for the choir, or I have to do extra work to be nuanced or unique. So or it's going to have me on. I get to talk about media theory, and it's great. I get to do Prude's best of, and it's
guess hits you with they hit you with different things.
Yeah, and it's always nice to be asked questions. Like when someone interviews you, it's always you never know what you're going to get thrown at, and you kind of have to be prepared for any kind of answer, because sometimes someone will ask you a question that no one's ever asked you before, or it's the millionth question being asked in a different way. It's always, you never know.
Yeah, I was recently on the Granite Film Review podcast, Mountain Granite, and we reviewed Annihilation by Alex Garland. It was really great. And I recently recorded an episode with our good friend T.R. Hudson on My Immortal, the infamous fan fiction from the early 2000s. You guys ever read My Immortal in the chat? You guys ever read you know what this is, Mr. D?
No idea. No.
It's like this weird Harry Potter fanfic written by a terminally horny goth femcel girl, and it's that doesn't know how to write or speak English properly. So it's yes, it's the vampire Harry Potter one. Yes, it's Harry Potter and vampires and a terminally horny femcel goth girl writing this.
Sounds right up your street, Gio.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, it's great. It's pure mid 2000s core. It's like a time capsule of what millennials were doing in around 2006. So Internet Historian did a reading of it. It's total trash, but it's great. And a little birdie of mine just told me that apparently Thomas does agree with the Meechan thesis on Stalin's War, more or less. He says for a mainstream historian, he gets it more or less correct. So,
well, there you go. That's good to know.
Zoomer Girls founded around 2011.
There you go.
Is this what is read to drive people black on black sites? Well, they played. It's one of my favorite albums ever. They played the Drowning Pool album Sinner at Gitmo. And they also played the very first Godsmack album at Gitmo to drive Muslim people insane. So, hey, if you played Sinner to me 24/7 a day, that's a fun time. I've done that before, but I guess if you're an Al Qaeda terrorist, it hits differently if you're listening to the album all the time. Can you imagine listening to Awake by Godsmack over and over and over and over to listen.
That's how I'd feel. That's exactly how I'd feel.
Oh, this gives me. Oh no, I can't. I was gonna. I have a sort of like. I love when Gio is going on about something in prude terms as a prude Jack. Yeah. So I have an octopus Jack, but I don't. Unfortunately, don't have it. I can't switch to it. So.
Oh man, is this your summer design, Mr. D?
Yeah. This is one of the summer. This is one of the summer avatars because I use this when I'm generally when on holiday. So you know, I like to sort of land.
This is my orange Julius Evola.
Orange Julius.
No, I like to loll about in the sea and drink cocktails out of coconut shells. So yeah, I use these, but I just have to have them because I don't like the idea that summer's over. It's very distressing to me. So.
You have a fall one though?
No, not really. You know, I used to really really fancy autumn, but I don't know. A bit too funereal for me these days.
Well, what did you think? I was gonna say when we were talking about Murder Maid, that video was kind of sus. I don't think she was actually gonna do it. And it was a huge overreaction for just water, but policing in America is a big problem. It's just that I don't know. It's like
yes, policing is a problem in America. We don't actually police anything.
Yeah, but then when you do have cases like that, then people go nuts, and I don't know. I mean, I think certainly if Trump wins, that they're probably going to have a Floyd-esque riot again.
But, they'll probably do something. Yeah.
But speaking of, did you watch the Murder Maid interview, Mr. D?
No, I may be alone, but I'm not terribly fond of him, Mark Maid. What?
At least you're honest.
Yeah, well, he's a mutual of mine. I'm one of the very few people he follows, and I do like a lot of his work. But on the TL, I respectfully disagree with some of his takes.
Yeah, see, I'm not. See, you are magnanimous to a fault, Gio. For me, if someone says one stupid thing, that's just the end. It's absolutely the end. I just block them.
I remember one time a Graper tried to say something where you're like, "Get the fuck away from me right now!" Like it was so funny. Like you were like just shredding this guy.
I hate when you imitate my voice. By the way, the absolute worst. You do the worst British. It's like your imitation of
Millennial Woes.
Millennial Woes. Yeah, Colin.
I remember. I knew what the media called him, but Carl, he's gonna not like this. But I purposefully acted ignorant just to get Millennial Woes when I was on Millennial, just to get him to say the line. He goes, "They called me a vile vlogger." Like I love when he said it's just the way it hits. The way it hits. Vile vlogger. Like it's no, I can't do a good Mr. D. I can't,
No. You make me sound like a queer Hannibal Lecter. I don't like it.
When you go to your little FBI college from your wholesome little town. Oh, what was the line he was like talking about? Her southern town.
He
did like the little southern.
That accent of yours, pure West Virginia. Was your daddy a coal miner? Did he stink of the lamb? All those late night sticky fundings in the back of cars, dreaming how to get out, to get anywhere, to get all the way to the FBI.
That was great. That's one of the greatest lines in movie history. Yeah.
It's that's one of my favorite films, by the way. So, I absolutely adore that film.
What did you think?
Was she a great big fat person?
What did you think of the one with the William Blake paintings with Ralph Fiennes? What was it called? The Red Beast or Red Dragon? Red Dragon.
Yeah, the Red Dragon, because that picture is called the Great Red Dragon and the woman clothed in the sun, I believe. Yeah, because I'm a huge admirer of William.
Was that
Blake.
in Heaven and Hell or
That was is that in Milton a Prophecy? I can't remember. I'd have to check. But and that picture. I mean, I've actually seen it in person. It's in the collection of the Brooklyn Museum, which is
Whoa!
unfortunately the Brooklyn Museum is a wonderful historical institution that has been absolutely ruined by contemporary art types, because they've decided that the Brooklyn Museum is going to be the brown the brown persons. It's the province of brown persons. So you go in and there's a gigantic Kende Wiley painting in the in the lobby.
Oh, the silhouette one. Yeah.
No. It's Candy Wiley is the artist. The artist.
Oh no, sorry, I'm confused. Carol Walker. They have the one Kenda Wiley where it's like a black youth wearing armor, or something like that. It was like a black man as a knight. Yeah.
I believe he made a sculpture. I mean, he's not a sculptor. He went to. No, okay, never mind. Because he did a whole series of these sort of like faux baroque paintings, except with like urban youths in them.
Yeah.
And then they're really stupid. They're really ugly, stupid paintings.
But I mentioned that in my book. It's got like Patron bottles and bling and Gucci. Is fucking stupid. Like it was.
Yeah, it's just one of those ideas. It's just like, well, it's the kind of thing that a sort of art, like a person who's like in their second year of art school would think would be very clever, but it's just like, oh, come on, it's just like a one line. But yeah, people who don't know him, he is the artist who painted the official portrait of Barack Obama
in the garden, in the
disappearing into the leaves. Yes. What's this?
Let me zoom in on it here real quick. It is from the United States Postal Service.
Oh no.
Mailing Mercury is not Brat. Oh my god. Did you know NATO is Brat now?
Yeah, I noticed that. NATO is Brat. It's okay.
No, but I thought Charlie XCX was supposed to be like implicitly based because she like is friends with the Red Scare Girls and wrote a song about Dasha sleeping with a bunch of Jewish men. Like it's I thought she was based. Like I don't understand this. I mean, you mean to tell me an e-girl pop star led me astray? I can't believe it.
Say it ain't so.
Whenever I think of that Dasha person, I just think of one time I remember, Gio, you said Dasha belongs to the street.
Gio, how do you know all this?
He's a loyal fan.
I actually do listen to Red Scare on occasion.
Oh God.
I gotta admit. They had this one. Mr. D, have you ever heard of there was this drag queen who had this public access show in New York in the 90s called Glada Orgasma or Linda Orgasm, something like that. It was like the very popular, and so the Red Scare brought this like legend in the drag scene, and he was like kind of like, posting about how the woke have gone too far. And he's also a Zionist, and he's like this Italian dude who's a Zionist from New York. It's like,
wow.
Galinda, something Orgasma had this like public access show and did a documentary with Camille Paglia, this famous drag performer that Red Scare interviewed. Bro, where's that? I don't know. I just thought you'd find that entertaining. Did a documentary with Paglia and.
No, I'm afraid I've never found drag particularly entertaining. The only sort of dispensation I make for that is I do like the Rocky Horror Show. Not so much the film, but the actual it's based on an actual musical that preceded the film. But the film is good as well. But
no, but they were like going into like the history of drag, like how it was involved in the punk movement. But then like RuPaul took it and made this like mainstream thing. But that's more like Las Vegas, like showgirl drag. Like there's a whole like genealogy there. But this is like, it's like, imagine like the left me, the woke left me, and I'm just a humble drag performer, but I'm also a Zionist. And I'm on Redskin. Look at Prude's face. Just like the left me. It was an entertaining episode.
I love it.
Look at Avatar. Oh my god. Might as well put mine up
I like how
there,
they're both facing. I like how they're both facing you, Gio.
That's incredible. The left me opinion discarded drag Zionism is drag in Tel Aviv.
A drag battle between Hamas and Mossad.
Dasha would never. Well, guess what, Gabe? Guess what I'm reading? And we're gonna interview her one day, hopefully soon.
Not on this show, god damn it.
Honor Levy, my first book. It's a wild ride.
God.
I'll be sure to mention Gabe on the computer room when we interview Honor Levy. So
not on this show.
Not on this show.
I've already got her blocked.
How dare you block my queen, Honor Levy? I can't believe it.
Your
you mentioned
it. Blocked, so
you mentioned
worry.
default friend. I have to block. I have to block.
Bastard.
Well, I block all women. Almost all women. There's a couple of women that I haven't blocked. But,
she is on my list of women that is not blocked. She's one of the 5 women I follow on Twitter.
Wow.
Don't worry, Gabe. I will tell
it's
Honor Levy.
Nothing personal, default friend, if you're listening.
Nothing personal, kid.
It's a woman thing,
Well, we were thinking of interviewing the Hegelian E-Girls, but then they're like, well, there's kind of like not enough meat there. So, I mean, maybe
why
like that Anna girl.
Why would I want to interview them?
No, they were talking about the computer room, but like,
oh, okay, good.
Wait, we could interview Nikki the Hegelian.
No.
There's
no point. There's no desire.
I mean, have we ever had a Marxist on this show?
Maybe some crypto Marxists, but I don't think so.
No, probably not. Gio will ask to be at the Neville restraining order. Honor Levy will file one day against Gabe. So,
well, we can accelerate that.
Anyways, is there any more questions, Prude?
No, I was more or less that, and maybe one of these days I'll do maybe a patron only Halo rant one of these days, but we'll do that. Do you really want a Marxist on the show? Yeah, no, I'm good. I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, someone says 5. Count them. Absolutely, I can count them for you right bloody now, because I went through this exact conversation not too long ago in my personal Twitter group chat. So the 5 are Catherine D, which is default friend. I follow Helen Andrews, Kingsley Cortez, Kate something from One America News Network, and then I just recently it's I already have the 5th one filled out because I follow Dave's wife, the distributus.
I thought you followed Alex Kashuda.
No, I don't, not anymore. So there's your 5. There you go.
Oh, wow.
Well, so I'm trying to think of who women that I actually haven't blocked and that I follow. Also, one is Philosophicat. I don't know if you know.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I'm mutuals with her.
She's a mutual, and who else? Poe the Person, who is an old sort of an old UO character. Mutuals with her. Christina Pouchard. Do you know who she is?
Yeah,
I've heard the name. Yeah,
she works for DeSantis, and for some reason one day she followed me, and so I'm just like, all right, this is kind of okay. I'll follow her back. Man. Yeah, I don't know why. She still follows me. I have no idea, even though I've said some terrible things about Meatball Ron.
Yeah, Meatball Ron.
That's about it. I feel like there's like one other woman, perhaps. I don't know if I follow Alex Shooter. I used to be mutuals, but she just pissed me off so much. I mean, she did some absolutely dreadful things. She's just one of those people, who's just like, you've got to win me over because
The right left me.
Yeah, the right left me.
The right is actually wrong.
Ugh.
I was in a stream with Kathy Young once. That was terrible. It was terrible.
With Kathy Young?
Yeah.
I don't follow Linda Mark. Oh wait, do you follow Linda Markwell? D.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I'm very selective about whom I follow. I mean, if you notice, I don't really follow very many people. So it's nothing personal. It's just
Sorry, I just saw this and I thought this is actually true because I just looked up Jiminy Cricket from like the original Pinocchio. He does kind of look like Chudjik.
Oh my god.
Okay. Here's a question, boys. Just.
Oh!
What? Huh?
Holy shit! Well, we'll get to the super chats later.
Oh wow.
What?
Yeah, Gio just came. Sorry.
Ooh.
Oh.
For money that wasn't for him.
Oh,
yeah, he looks like Chudjak. No, it's true. He's got Chudjak physiognomy.
I don't know. That's a bit of a stretch.
You could make him a Chudjak.
Yeah, you could make a Jiminy Cricket Chudjak.
You could.
Yeah.
Right here, right now.
I have to confess, I saw, for quite a long time, lots of sort of memes and things. I didn't know the origin of the Chudjak face until.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't he like an actual like?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Walmart.
Spree killer.
Killed quite a number of people. Yeah. I just thought, he's so relatable.
How many did he? How many was it? Or it was like 5 people.
28? No, it's a lot. No, it was a lot of people, including some.
Oh my god!
Some abuelas, some grandmothers, some not.
I totally forget about that one. Was that the one where like he filmed himself doing it, like Terrence style?
No.
He drove a considerable length of time and then went and opened fired in a Walmart in El Paso.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Igippius, or Eggy Platypus did a Chudjak cricket. He posted a story about it on his Twitter. Oh, I'm gonna have to go find it.
Anyways, I can't believe UO and cigar streams ending though, man.
That is an end of an era. Like that is really sad.
Yeah.
If you were a small channel like myself, like that was the guest show to be on as a panelist to boost your audience.
I remember when I left BTR and I did that one. I think it was a UO. And I remember A goes, "You're in the big leagues now." And I'm like, oh man, that's like really that really affected me,
Oh, by the way, Gio, Lev asked me to be the new co-host. No.
Well, you're a free agent now, so
yeah, you are a free agent.
I think his new co-host is Norwood Informant or something. I don't know.
Norwood Informant.
Gnostic Informant.
Oh, Gnostic Informant. Oh, same thing.
Norwood Informant.
Yeah. Norwood Informant.
No, but yeah, it really is an end of an era. It is. Yeah. Did he sort of just spring it on you, Mr. D?
No. Well, okay. So the thing is, I have been wrestling for quite a long time.
Yeah.
With the idea of leaving. Because I mean, I think I've had conversations like sort of I've DM Prude about this and such and asked various people and I've mused about this. I mean, first of all, it's very difficult with my schedule being having moved some time ago.
Your new time zone, yeah.
Well, a very different time zone, yes, and so it makes it difficult because it's still part of the day where I'm often still working.
Yeah.
And it's actually the part of the day where I tend to. If I've got to do business things, sort of accept deliveries or deal with shipping or something like that. So, so that made it difficult. But also, I mean, just in a larger sort of sense, I realize I don't care about most things. I mean, it's just like week after week, and it's like, okay, this week we're going to talk about, we're going to talk about Keir Starmer and facing off, and we're going to talk about this new thing from from Owen Jones, and then we're going to talk about a parking ticket to and then that someone got it, and in Grand Forks, North Dakota. It's just like I don't care. I don't care about these things. A lot of current events. I just.
It's just cool that you have to ignore.
Yeah, exactly. And what I mean. Of course, AA also. I think struggle with some of these things. But I just felt like, well, I can't be the co-host on a show that is made up entirely of current events, and just what I realized I was doing so much, which is saying, I don't care. I don't care. I don't have an opinion. Or I would go
Keir
off mic
Starmer's
to,
evil. Who? It's like what more is there to say? He's an evil piece of shit, Keir Starmer.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, and to be fair, I actually was never on any of the shows where since the Keir Starmer since all that, partially because I don't want to put AA in any danger, and I really think that it's a serious situation, because I cannot moderate myself. I cannot talk about that subject, because I will get extraordinarily angry, and I will say things that, of course, I can say freely now, even though they've threatened to extradite people. But no, and I just felt like things have gotten serious, and I have nothing to say. So I'd wrestled with this, and AA, of course, no, he didn't spring it on me. He said, he's talked to me for months, and he said, when his daughter AAA starts, she officially begins school. That things would be very difficult for him. So I sort of knew, but then basically the decision to finally do it was sudden. He didn't.
Keir. Yeah.
Yeah. So no. So I'd known about this, but of course the decision to actually pull the trigger was a kind of sudden one last week. But I knew it was probably coming. So, and also it kind of took away. I didn't have to make the decision to leave, because of course
Yeah, it's sort of forced your hand. Yeah.
Yeah. So in a way, it's sort of good, because and also I don't know. I mean, Carl Benjamin had popped in the stream earlier tonight, and he was absolutely flabbergasted to hear that I have never gotten a dime for doing UO.
Man, yeah.
We don't share, and the problem is, of course, I don't need it. I didn't need it back then. I may need it soon. But so I didn't care. It was just a hobby. It was a way for me to kind of vent frustrations, because a lot of times I can't talk about politics with people in the art world. I can't do it.
Yeah.
It's just not possible. So
well, imagine like moving continents is also incredibly expensive in your position too.
Incredibly expensive, more expensive than you could possibly imagine. Of course, then I made some terrible decisions. I sort of saddled myself to a white elephant of a piece of property, which has basically ruined me, the renovation of this property.
Oh shit. Yeah, they're like a huge money sink. Those, especially if it's an older property. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's a very old. It's very, and of course it has landmark associations with it. Like
fuck! It's even worse.
Oh no!
Yeah. They like dictate to you what you have to can and can't do and everything.
Yeah, and it's quite complex, because because of course it's in it's an estate that is generally fairly loose in terms of regulation about certain things, but not this. So it's been a bit of a disaster. So when of course I never asked for anything, but I have to say, watching $100 super chat after $100 super chat.
I know, man. I know that feeling, man. Yeah.
So
we all
anyway. Yeah. So what I'm trying to do is figure out how. See, the thing is, I could probably monetize in some way. I could say, listen, all the people who for some reason want to hear me and Oliver Timken Perrin drunkenly argue with each other about an M dash, or about a semicolon, or something like that. If you like that, then you should, send me. But the thing is, it's very difficult because I don't want to attach my actual financial identity to anything in the online sphere, which is why I don't monetize Twitter, which is why I don't have I never had a Google account. I never sent super chats that way. So yeah, it's tough to sort of figure out how to make that work, but perhaps.
Maybe one day if you miss it,
But I have to say, I mean, it's certainly on A's part took quite an enormous leap of faith, because those shows are quite lucrative.
I was about to say that's gotta suck to let go of one of your most profitable endeavors.
Yeah, I mean, UO gets consistently 30K views a week. So which is and lots of super chats, and he's got Substack and all that as a fallback. But deciding to basically end all of these profitable popular shows, to making sort of scripted videos with PowerPoint about elite theory or whatever he's going to do. No, it's quite a decision, and I applaud it. I mean, Gio, you may know the feeling. I mean, as an artist, especially once you've got sort of collectors and you've got an established reputation.
Yeah.
When you shift directions radically, which I've done quite a few times in my career, it's a very risky thing to do. Very, very risky thing to do.
Exactly.
But you have to. I mean, you just have to do it sometimes. You just have to say, it's not fruitful for me to pursue this avenue any longer. Some people can do it. Some people can do the same.
They paint the same thing over and over and over.
The same painting, the same song, the same the same live stream, whatever. They can do it forever.
The same film, yeah.
Yeah, but I am not one of those people. I'm very, very easily weary of those things. So
yeah.
So that's it.
Oh man,
it is a shame though to see it go. I mean, it had quite its long roll for him to go. But again, we wish
DSP.
we wish him the best.
Yeah,
indeed, and of course I do like him. I mean, I disagree with him all the time, and we have points of contention. I don't know whether I would ever call him a friend, because he doesn't. I don't think he really has friends. By his own admission, by the way, I'm not slating him, but I do quite admire him, and of course we share a lot of similar interests, and we do weirdly have a lot of inclinations that are kind of quite similar, just in different sort of ways, in different sort of realms. So I will absolutely miss him, and of course, hopefully we'll not totally lose contact. And also through him and through UO, I met so many people. I mean, I certainly wouldn't be here now. I would probably not have developed sort of online friendships and relationships, and sort of had all these wonderful times with people.
Yeah.
I probably would never have heard of either of you if it were not through him and through my involvement in these spheres. Because originally I just I made an anon account on Twitter about 10 years ago. Just I'm just like, okay, fine, and I never really I mean, I always sort of very intensely thought about things, sort of politics from a sort of philosophical standpoint, and I've always been quite right wing. I'm probably one of the sort of few people who never made the journey from left to right. I made a journey from a slightly more libertarian stance, but I've always been constitutionally kind of reactionary. So. But yeah, I mean, it was an avenue through which I got to meet a lot of wonderful people. So it is very sad, and I don't like being a neurodivergent weirdo. I don't like change. I hate change.
Same, exactly the same. Yeah, you're gonna
unless
love the episode.
Unless it's personal change. Like I said, I mean, I like it when it's me finding a sort of revolution in my own work. but I
Yeah.
don't like external change at all.
Me too. I fucking hate it. Yeah. But you really like the new episode of Content Mining I'm recording on Cezanne. Speaking of reactionary artists, I think you're gonna like that one.
Yeah, I saw you asking if people were interested, and of course, another artist that I've greatly admired since I was quite small.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can't wait. I'll tell you how much I dislike change. When I heard that Prudentialist was moving house, I actually felt sad to not, there was something cozy about the house and the cabin in the woods and the and the pond and everything, and I felt vicariously sad about that.
Well, as sad as it might be, I'll tell you what, it feels great to have a place closer to my job.
Oh,
my commute has been cut in half. My life is pretty good, so I really can't complain in that respect. And I mean, it's not like I'm not going to go back to the family land or anything like that. It's just like I've got, I just got my life to deal with and live.
Yeah.
Oh
God, getting rid of a commute is an absolutely wonderful thing.
Yeah.
It's very funny, like the way we talk about our experiences online with like a weird sort of nostalgia. The way that like normies talk about like I went with my friends here, and it's like I don't know, like there's some moments. I remember one moment I had was
and it is true. A lot of people do go to see UO for news.
Yeah, I use Night Owls as news. But I remember like it was after the first stream we did. I think it was called BTR Minds. It was me, Lev, with Joel Davis, John Pellick, Alexander Bard, and I believe Paul Town. And I remember like after that stream, I'm like, oh man, like I felt like I really accomplished something. It was like, it was something else, and Logo was there too, but and it was like, I felt like I had been at peace with the decisions I made at that time. And then, then time goes on and things sour, and then you find new things, and, you don't entirely regret the people that you've met through associations. And and it's like, it's a weird form of nostalgia, but you're just sitting in your room on a screen. And it was, I remember that feeling. I remember that feeling after that stream. I almost cried. I hate to say it.
I will say though, I know a lot of people sort of dismiss that sort of online things, online sort of, sort of relationships and things that happen online.
Yeah.
I understand that yes, I mean, certainly the idea of parasociality is, it is a problem, of course, depending on how disciplined you are about it. But I sort of object to the idea that it isn't life, because it is life. I mean, it's a part of life.
Yeah.
It is, and there can be meaningful aspects to it. Now, I'm not talking about where people, sort of develop some sort of feeling of belonging by being in an audience or something. I mean, yes, but of course,
that happens. You feel it.
It does happen. Yes, I mean, you don't want to obviously take those things too far, and you want sort of balance in your life. But I do think that I think it's wrong to dismiss all of these things out of hand as being sort of figments. I think there are many situations where these are all quite real things. I mean, again, it's a weird situation, and I don't think it's an entirely healthy situation. It's not healthy that I have got to shield my identity in order to find like actual friends that I have philosophical and religious and political agreements with. I mean, that's awful in a way. But of course, the kind of things I've learned and the friendships I've made, for what they are, they're important and they're meaningful to me. So I think that there can be good in it, but again, it just requires balance. I mean, I don't want to put on my old head hat, but I am a very old man compared to you two. you know, and I certainly, I mean, I think it's also reasonable. I said a version of this on UO a few hours ago, but just be careful because your time is precious. I mean, it's
Yeah.
harder to realize that when you're younger, but as you start to accumulate more past than future, which is as a lugubrious thought, but it is something that we all have to come to terms with. You know, you really start to think about, is this worth my God-given moments in this breathing world? I mean, is this worth my time? And you know, I mean, I absolutely adore both of you, but you know, Gio, sometimes, I mean, you're sort of going on about this or that happening online, and you're these sort of terrible people, and you know,
Yeah.
you're smart and talented, and you definitely just ask yourself, is this worth these precious moments of my life?
Yeah, true.
So it is important. It's just important for everyone, certainly younger people. But God knows I've wasted plenty of time, including wasting your viewers' time ranting away on your show. So I shall shut up.
I mean, I invited you here. I don't think you need to apologize for a single thing.
Oh, well,
So
I do appreciate it. I've secretly coveted being a guest on DA for a long time. So
there's a great comment by Gromby. Funny thing is that you have more of a feeling belonging by being an unknown viewer than being a personal physically, because you can't be rejected when you aren't known. No, that's very true. That's why people will confess very deep and often terrible secrets to online people that they would never confess to their own mother or their own lover or their own business associate. And in a weird way, anonymity provides a form of online closeness that even people, like, as much as I admire and respect and have found a great love in people, for example, like Byung-Chul Han, they kind of like stray off into like boomer critiques of it, because I think people do feel an actual presence when you're with a bunch of people. And I think like that's why UO was so successful, because like there was certainly like, yeah, it's a parasociality, but there was like a form of I'm a part of something, you know, like even people that we don't exactly like that have huge audiences, you can understand like why people gravitate towards certain forms of content or certain personalities. And you're like, oh, well, why do people like that? Why do people like certain, not to name names? It's because
I'm a groiper.
I knew you were gonna fucking say it.
Sorry.
No, but like you could say,
No, you're
like,
right. You're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
yeah.
My God. I mean, the thing is, you've just got to realize the limits of that. Like you've got to realize the limits of what that actually means.
Yeah, we're not your fathers on this. Yeah, we're not your fathers.
Yeah, we really don't want to be.
Maybe I'd like to have thousands of children.
Well, yes, your own, hopefully. But I mean, no, it's true. You just got to realize the limits of it. But it is true, and of course, I have to admit, I've always been introverted in a weird way. Now, I have no problem walking out onto a stage before thousands of people and talking or doing something, whatever. I mean, I used to do dramatics. I used to do various things of that nature. That doesn't bother me at all. But having a conversation with someone, like talking to a delivery person, is absolutely torture for me. You know, I'm a bit like Schopenhauer, you know, who had to write to his maid because he couldn't bear to speak to her in person.
Eternally a sensitive young man. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've always been a bit like that. Hang on, back in a moment.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No worries.
No, but then there is like an attraction of like, oftentimes like there is negative experiences too, but I think like you sort of choose to like have like a bunch of, I don't know, like I feel like people sometimes often choose to have negative experiences online. Not that they choose, like there's always schizos that will attack you, but there's certain people that do cultivate an audience of people that are like A-logs or people that, but then again, it doesn't sound like you've dealt with people that hate you, Mr. D, and that have gone after you or whatever. for like the most retarded of reasons. Like, and it's actually quite funny. I remember when AA used to like read those comments. Like,
yeah, there wasn't. Well,
Yeah.
never. There were fewer of them than I ever imagined there would be.
Yeah.
But there was certainly there's always some. I mean, still. Well, of course, the wonderful thing is that since I'm a mod on AA's channel, I can just delete them. So
Yeah.
I just get rid of them. You know, I mean, why should I keep some? I know we can't. You know, it's free speech. No, something. Well, I don't want. Why should I allow someone to insult me? I'm just going to get rid of them. I don't like that whole back and forth. The idea of arguing with someone back and forth on Twitter about something stupid. I give people one reply, and then after that, I just block them. Because it's just not worth it. But there, so being a lifelong invert. If people know what invert used to mean in psychology, that's a very funny little parapraxism. No, being a lifelong introvert, I've always turned in a way. Well, as I said, so sometimes when I'm working or when I'm trying, sort of relaxing, I like to listen to people having a conversation because it's always given. I remember, putting a transistor radio under the duvet and then listening to. I used to listen to the shipping forecast, which is a thing, which is a service of the BBC or the British government. I can't remember who it came through, and it was on at night, and it was basically just this recitation of sort of wind speeds and low tide marks and and it would just go on for hours, just talking, and then here's the forecast, the Irish Sea. But there is some comfort in that, and I admit that this may be some aspect of being a Spurg myself, but there's comfort there. Well, that hilarious. Someone tweeted to someone left a comment. Apostolic Majesty, right?
Oh yeah.
AM.
Yes.
So AM of course has a wonderful but a very intense channel where he discusses aspects of history often, and someone left a comment on one of his videos and said. I'm paraphrasing. I just want to let you know that lots of members of the sleep community really enjoy your channel because the timbre of your voice.
I saw that.
Yeah, it's really. I mean, the sleep community. So apparently, there's this whole community of people who gather together and trade information about which channels are good to sleep to. Well, I'll tell you one thing: the Digital Archipelago is not a good show to listen to sleep.
We are not a pro sleep community. YouTube channel.
That was like that Howard Stern interview with Trump where he described masturbation as like a community that has its own separate world. He's like, I don't go into that world,
Yeah, Trump's like, I don't jerk off. Sorry.
No, but like, you're Trump, you don't need to jerk off. You're surrounded by beautiful women all the time. Why would you jerk off?
Lady, you got Melania.
And that's what Howard Stern was doing. He's like, even when Melania turns you down, you don't do it. And he's like, yeah, no, I just don't.
That takes dedication right there.
Yeah, I can believe it.
You were out of the sleep community. Don't dream tonight. Jokes on you. I pray every night for a dreamless sleep.
Well, if you want to have nightmares for all the live long day, you tune into
the Cole report.
You turn the Cole report. You get on the wrong side of Nightmare F slur. Just like if you piss him, just don't do it. Just don't. Anyways, no, but that's very funny. Like the sleep community, like that's. But I think over time you do attract the audience that you attract. And I think like that audience has to accept that one day things will change or you'll have a different perspective on things. Because it can be often disastrous. Like there are people that have lost their, like I've noticed this over the years. I'm enough of an old head to notice if there is a prolific account or a prolific streamer or a prolific content person, but they make like a severely wrong move, their audience goes through this like mass extinction event, and it's very hard to recapture like a form of prominence again if you like severely fuck up. Like I can name names, but I'm not going to. Like I've witnessed some like one guy in particular posting dead American soldiers. But like you notice like their engagement drops, or they'll start spurning their audience, or you'll be like a total fuckhead like Review Tech USA who just doesn't know how to do shit, and it's very sad in a way. And you never want to be at the end of that lolcow spectrum. You know what I mean? Like you never want to be like fucking Boogie. You know what I mean? Because there's no coming back from being Boogie. You know?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, literally.
No, he had his chance, man. He had his fucking bariatric surgery. It's just that, you know, it is.
He's had far too many chances. Someone sent a super chat. Someone sent a super chat to AA tonight saying that your shows are like the Dark Side Phil. Because they'll never go away. Your shows will never actually end. I just like, you know, that's a bit of a double-edged compliment, I'm afraid.
I do like how DSP has managed to have a bit of a renaissance recently, though, because I never understood why he had like obsessive haters that like doxed his bank account and shit. Like he's just
because there's just evil people. I think.
Yeah, he's just
I mean,
that's
really
fucking video games. Yeah.
As awful as he's been, and he has been around for ages, but but no, I mean there are just evil, deranged, sick people, you know, and the world is full of them. I'm afraid, you know, and you used to be able to kind of keep those people at bay. Although here's the thing, of course, now that you're on the internet, you know, you're literally open to the entire world, of course, including people you would never go within a mile of in meat space.
Yeah. No, but that's what I mean. Like DSP, like there's deranged people, but it's just like he's a guy that plays video games, and there's a lot of people worthy of that, like life ruination, a-logging, and you know, it is what it is. Like I'm sure, like, but then again, I think like there are very scary things, like you mentioned AA, even like fucking AA is on the hope not hate list. Like that would. Like I had some Spurg try to go after me, and I'm like, and he was a nobody. I was still like, there's a part of your gut that's like, oh fuck, right? But then I guess like, I don't know. I guess AA has the balls enough to like just not let that concern himself. But I mean, the situation in the UK is very scary, and we pray for the best. And that's the thing, because when you do have the Eye of Sauron on you, like it is scary, and there's a lot of severe consequences for it. But you persist, like guys like Tom Rousel, AA, Millennial Woes, like the guys in the UK sphere, like you know, Keith Woods, like it's just you got to do what you can, you know. You don't. I forget who I asked once. I think it may have been, was it Joel or Patrick Casey? I forget. I asked, like, what is it like when you're targeted by the state? Like when you're you know that the left has their eye on you. And I forget who answered this for me. They said, well, I just don't think about it, because if I think about it, I'll go crazy, and I just have to keep doing what I'm doing. And I'm like, fuck, man, that, you know, like that's, I could never be that, maybe because I'm just too sensitive, but yeah.
Oh, it's very difficult. I mean, and not you know, risk not sharing personal information, but many years ago, I actually had a seriously deranged person who physically stalked me, and this was well before any involvement with the internet, who actually tried to kill me. So, and that's certainly permanently. I mean, one of the reasons why I'm so protective. I mean, even in my sort of regular life, in my professional life, I am very protective of my not anonymity, but of my privacy. You know, I don't in relation to my work, I don't give interviews of any sort.
You told me that you don't give interviews.
I don't do anything like that. I don't write anything generally. I don't write, you know, sort of any press materials or that. And there is a sort of wonderful thing about sort of laying low like that. I mean, one of the people who I've always absolutely envied is Thomas Pynchon, the author, who of course there is like literally like 2 or 3 photographs of him known to exist. You know, in his entire career, he has managed not only for the most part, never to be interviewed, but never to be photographed. I absolutely adore that, and of course, having my own brush with mortality, and insanity of that nature, I've always been quite guarded. I think that's one of the reasons why I'm so protective of myself, online and off. Because I'm like you, Gio. I'm not that I'm afraid, because I can hold my own. I used to love to fight, and I can, now that I'm in America, I can defend myself properly. I'll say nothing more, but no, but I don't like it, and it certainly has made me a lot more kind of paranoid about things of that nature.
Do you feel like, in terms of the contemporary art market, that it's hurt you in a way? Because I remember this interview with Brian Rutenberg where he was talking about, and he's like one of the few like last old school abstract expressionists doing the New York stuff, right? And he said, like, well, nowadays there's a demand for the artist to talk about their work, and you have to be proficient in explaining to people, or at least tacitly discussing your work. And do you feel like that's hurt you in a way, in terms, maybe not in terms of art sales, but maybe even art sales, but, or do you think like you just don't give a shit because you value something else?
I don't really care. I mean, I'm not, I'm not in a blue chip position, by any means. I'm not that big of a fish, big enough, that things are okay and comfortable, and but not where I have to worry about that. But certainly it has been a hindrance, because of course publicity. I mean, of course, know that I quite admire Randy Warhol, and there's a character absolutely the opposite. Although in a way, even though he was absolutely ubiquitous in terms of his physical presence, there's an emptiness about the whole thing. It was almost as if the maximum exposure revealed almost nothing about him as a human. Well, there may have been nothing to him as a human. I don't believe that, but yes, I mean, of course, and art and every other aspect of society has increasingly in the 20th century and beyond gone towards the confessional. Everything now must be a sort of revelation of your truth, of your being, and yes, and so everything becomes a kind of biography, which is I think horrible. It's a terrible thing. Everything is psychological. I mean, one of the most evil people ever to have lived, of course, was Sigmund Freud, with the idea that you could drop a lantern into the depths of the human soul and reveal everything, and of course that just started a terrible precedent.
Well,
anyway,
it's funny I mention this because in my long-standing Discord art group with Stout, Fen dropped this interview. It wasn't an interview, it was a plug for his new work. It was like post Clownvid. Do you know this guy Hornby, Dennis Hornby? He's like the darling of the contemporary British art market, and he had this series of like MCAD sculptures with silk with screen printing. He called it Zygotes and Confessions. He's like mentioning Deleuze, and it's about my life and experiences, and he's like struggling to sound like a theory cell while he's explaining this fucking work, and it was like, it was, it's so
awful, and of course I sort of was at university in the early 90s when all of that stuff was still sort of in vogue, and it had started to trickle down, because people who are in, I did not attend art college. I didn't go to University for Arts. I went for other things. But I was certainly part of that scene and aware of a lot of it. But so much shit, just so much fucking, I just remember. I mean, I can't be too specific because people could actually identify some of these twats, because some of them have unfortunately gone on to actually have some notoriety or fame. But just remember, like this girl who made this absolutely obnoxious shit, like I don't know, this sort of big polyurethane sculptures of like pink ice cream. I don't even know what it was, but then she would like write these artist statements, where she'd talk about Julia Kristeva and Donna Haraway and the Cyborg Manifesto, and oh God.
It was like Hornby. He did this this sculpture in the public square. It was like this minimalist, like Brancusi type thing, and he named it. He goes after Richard the Lionheart. Where I think the title was "A Show of Strength is Actually a Sign of Weakness." And I remember Fenn going in the chat. He goes, "Richard the Lionheart would put a fucking spike through the sky."
Oh, God bless him. Fen is quite Chad and quite physically fit. So I can certainly imagine that happening.
He's like, let's take
Anyway,
this beloved public figure and just ruin him and say it was bad because he was using force. And it's
well, that's I mean, but that's the sort of way of the world these days, and it's also tiresome. Speaking of tiresome, I'm afraid that I've been too chatty and I've driven. This show it's going to be UO length. It's going to be 5 hours long. So
no, we cannot do that. I have to go back and paint tomorrow morning. We are not doing 5 hours.
Oh yes, you're doing your painting. That's quite exciting.
Yes, today was it's I opted not to go to the workshop I originally was going to because I'm moving and at the time, and I said, okay, I'm not going to drop the money plus the expenses to travel and drive down there. And an opportunity came up where I was given the blessing to finish an icon by a departed priest who was the founding priest of my parish. He was an amateur iconographer, and my current priest was like, he gave me the blessing to finish it. So I have spent the last 2 days now working on it nonstop. And It's different. It's a bit difficult because it's in acrylic. So I'm used to egg tempera. And so learning how to do acrylic painting and iconography has been a little bit of a pain in the butt. It's a lot less forgiving.
Welcome to my world.
Oh, I can only imagine.
That's all I use, yeah.
But I'm hoping that I will have the opportunity to get it finished this week, because this is also the week of the anniversary of his repose. So I hope when it's finished, I will post it and I'll let you all see it.
Oh, I have smart news as well.
Can't wait. That's that's quite amazing. Well, it must be a bit, obviously a bit this is sort of daunting or kind of humbling to sort of take up the mantle of a departed person to finish their work. See, it seems like it would be a bit daunting to me.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it very much is, but also it means a lot to me because I never met him, and so to have a connection to him and also to continue something that I want to do for the rest of my life has been really it means a lot to me.
Yeah, it is sort of a connection on a higher plane, I would say, to do that and to finish someone's temporal work. Yeah, well, that's quite interesting.
When was your parish? Oh, I guess I can't ask you when your parish was founded. That's too doxy.
Yeah, I'd rather not do that, Gio.
Because I didn't know there was a lot of Orthodox people in Texas.
987, Gio. 987 AD.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you
go.
There, Mr. D.
What was your? Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Oh, me? I can't believe this. My girlfriend found this. Okay, there is another artist in Italy that may have been related to me, whose name is also Giovanni Penichetti, and he was like an Italian modernist painter, and he comes from the exact same region that my grandfather came, and he looks almost like my great uncle. And so I've been like trying to find there's these obscure blog posts about this one art critic in Hungary wrote about him. He won all these awards in Rome, and it's very hard to find information because I've had to get my mother to translate stuff. So yeah, I mean, and he died in 89 and I was born in 92. So I may be the reincarnation of Giovanni Penichetti. So yeah, I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like this theory of eternal recurrence, where there's just endlessly, from the beginning of time until its end, there is just one Giovanni Penchetti after another. Just forever recurring again and again.
There was one Saint Leibowitz, yeah. He just kept coming back.
Oh, yes. Well, do I have any art news? No, I can't.
You can't divulge. As much as I desperately wish I could find your art identity, you keep that so tight to your chest. Yeah.
Oh, you have no idea the hoops I've jumped to keep that, especially when you're 7 drinks in on a Twitter space. I'll tell you, I've got a mind like a steel trap, because I have always been very, very cautious. No, the thing I wanted to mention, we were talking about red pigments earlier, and I failed to mention I have used cadmium pigments, but of course I use vermilion, true vermilion, which is the old mercuric sulfide, and Prude, certainly doing iconography will know about this, because
I'm a fan of vermilion red. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's a beautiful red. I mean, this was the red. So I mean, the interesting thing is,
you better wear gloves. Holy
crap. You got to be careful.
You got to be careful. I mean, it's not as bad if it's in oil, because of course most of the pigment. The same with lead. I use flake white. Lead carbonate as a white pigment in oil painting, because in oil, of course, the pigment is surrounded by oil. It's not skin soluble, although I wear gloves and I have an expensive extraction system and such. But when you're working with water medium like egg tempera, you've got to be very cautious, because
watercolor,
watercolor, yes. Yes, and so I do like vermilion, of course. Again, just briefly, but prior to the 19th century, that was the only bright red. It really was the only one. I mean, of course, we talked about the madder colors. I mean, there were some very fugitive pigments that were only suitable for water medium ink, that were based on insects.
There was oxide reds. There was some oxides here.
Well, there were kind of iron oxide reds, but not a true bright, deep, intense red. The only one was vermilion, or its natural form, which is a mineral called cinnabar.
Cinnabar.
So it is humbling to go through a museum and know that through the entire history of art, there was one red. That was the red. So we're spoiled now, because we've got lots of red, and the red I often use is a very new one. In fact, the advent of it as a pigment was only in the late 1970s, and it's called Pyrrole red. Pyrrole.
Oh, you like Pyrrole?
Oh, yeah. And it's diketopyrrolo. I mean, if people know chemistry, pyrrole is a whole sort of class of materials, but it's PR 254. And it's a wonderful bright red. It's not a replacement. Certainly, it's not a replacement for cadmium. It's not a replacement for vermilion. It's got its own charms. It's very stable. But of course, the funny thing about this red is its claim to fame is that it is the red of the Ferrari automobile. Yeah. That is the pigment that is used for every red Ferrari at all. In fact, it's often called Ferrari red. But since the 80s, it's been available in paint formulations. If I'm using acrylic, I will use. There's a company called Lasco, which makes wonderful acrylic paints. Winsor Newton makes a Pyrrole red and such. So red fans, that's my red. Anyway, sorry for wasting your time.
Well, the only I'm a big brand person too. I try to only use Liquitex acrylic, but when I'm using watercolor, I really love M. Graham. That's like my brand. M.
Nice.
Graham watercolor. Yeah.
There you go.
Made in America, 100% handmade, uses honey. But Pyro Red, that's what Alvaro Castagne uses to get the very kitschy rain day street scenes. As much as I don't I hate that sort of using your art as a brand. I gotta admit, I watched all those videos back in the day of Alvaro Castagne, and Joseph Zubik, and but that I understand, like it's like man, it's like you do the same shit over and over, and boomers buy your painting, and then apparently like watercolor is very big in China, and so all these guys, they get paid thousands of dollars to go to China to do these demonstrations.
Oh, it's awful. Oh, it's so awful.
Terrible.
Oh, you're making me want to kill myself, Gio. Anyway, by the way, if you're an artist, I will say Pyrrole Red is very difficult to mix.
Yeah.
I often use it just straight, or I use it as a tint with white. But it's very difficult to mix. It's not nearly as forgiving as other reds. But yeah, I use lots of brands. For acrylic, Liquitex is sort of trad because they were one of the first in the market for acrylic paint. So I also use a lot of paint from a company called Golden, which is an American.
Yeah, Golden has a really great medium selection. I use Sub Golden. Yeah,
and they have some very interesting in colors. But I often use my favorite acrylic is Lascaux, which is it's the same Lascaux as the caves, the prehistoric caves in France. But they make some absolutely wonderful media and mediums, and the acrylic is good. They make wonderful gouache as well. All right. Sorry, I'm sorry to
painter with passion. We are here in Calacaise. It's like so.
Oh,
little boomers eat that shit up, eh? Like,
they really do. They really do.
God,
I'm going to put my foot down, and I'm going to say that it is getting late.
Wait, one more thing, Mr. D. What were you gonna say?
No. I was just going to say because it reminds me, because there's a kind of precursor to that, which is an artist called Peter Max.
Oh, Peter Max, yeah. You know how Peter Max made money? He used to go on cruises, and they'd have cruise auctions.
Yep, they sold. The kind of the worst part is, of course, that there has actually been some legal inquiry. Because basically the last 10 years of his life he had. Or less than 10 years, he had Alzheimer's disease, and there is some question as to whether he was sort of being puppeted by anyway.
His wife, and for those who know, he was the ultimate psychedelic 60s painter that then became very big in the 80s as well.
His early graphic work is some of it is quite brilliant. Yeah.
But anyway, then he became like boomer kitsch. Yeah.
All right, sorry, Prude.
Yeah, it is time to go to the super chats. And since you are here, Mr. D, I was wondering if you could do the unpopular opinion sort of transition that they said for the Digital Archipelago.
All right. Hang on, just give me 20 seconds because I've got to get.
I can
You've
wait.
Been hearing this
seconds.
for the last time, yeah.
I've got to. Wonderful piece of music. I'll tell you what. I actually get a bit sad because I don't know if you remember that there was a character called Lumberg. Probably you fellows may not have heard of him. He's a British chap, my age, a bit older than me, and I made friends with him back in the Discord server of AA's Discord server when that existed, and we spent a lot of time, especially during the Coof madness. We spent a lot of time having wonderful conversation. I mean, he and Charlemagne and all kinds of people who I've become good friends with. And then he was a mod on A's channel, and he was quite a character. And unfortunately, he passed on. Yeah. I mean, he sort of disappeared for a while, and then his account posted, and it said, "I'm Lumberg's brother, and I'm afraid to tell you that he is no longer with us." So he ended up just being diagnosed with like stage 4 bowel cancer, and it just took him away within a few months. So I'm always a bit sad when I listen to this thing, that music that I use for the super chat music, because he always commented on it. In fact, I believe he suggested it to me, and he just like, I love this piece of music, and it's copyright free, so you can use it. But anyway, so certainly in beloved remembrance of him. All right, let me let me just grab a piece of text because well, I can ad lib Prude's version of it. All right, let's see. Where is it? There we go. Thank you for listening to the Digital Archipelago, the internet's premier podcast featuring two learned and interesting gentlemen, Mr. Prudentialist and Mr. Gio. Tonight's program has been brought to you by viewers like you, our friends who send super chats and who are the third and most important member of the Digital Archipelago team. And now, to read the super chats for tonight's show is Mr. Prudentialist. Over to you, Prude.
Thank you so much, Mr. D.
Oh
and
man,
again,
even I
thank
got
you.
emotional.
I did, yeah. Thank you, Mr. D. And now, as Mr. D pointed out, the show is brought to you by viewers like you.
An F in the chat for Lumberg. I see he's F in
And
the
an
chat.
F in the chat for Lumberg. I will start with our lovely folks over on Entropy, just because I cannot put your stuff on stream because I use StreamYards, but maybe one day I will make this a show where I use OBS so I can overlay it on screen. But for right now, I'm just going to read our lovely fellas over on Entropy. We'll start off at the beginning. Jackalope says, across the 100 islands of the Digital Archipelago, where can I find the deepest coal deposits and the largest gemeralds laying in the stream? There's, we might do that one of these days where we do a short little video or a retrospective on our best episodes and our worst episodes.
We could do that. Yeah.
We could do that. I would say one of our better episodes was the one we did with Catherine.
Yeah.
Where we reviewed sort of the plus-sized movies.
I love that thumbnail. Undesired bodies. I love, that was incredible.
I loved riffing on My Gaze, You've Ruined Me. That was a lot of fun.
Because of you, Prude, I watched that film.
My Gaze, you
Pig
ruined
hat,
me.
yeah.
It's so true.
But by the way, let me just slip in and say my favorite episode of the Digital Archipelago, I believe, I can even remember the title. I believe it's called Podcast Bros and Other Woes, because it's the episode where you watch that channel that with a German Chug Jack.
My Little Chuddies.
Yeah, My Little Chuddies.
Oh,
I still laugh when I think of that. That is an absolutely primo moment, and I love it. I also love the fact that you two had the nads to review 3 Gregor Araki films.
that was one of my favorites. Yeah.
To a chud audience. Amazing.
That was
Chef's
incredible.
That was a good
Chef's
one.
kiss.
As much as I think I liked the Greg those movies more than episode 69 where we reviewed the first season of King.
Ow! King!
That
was something else.
That was a whole other. That
I looked for King.
I felt so bad explaining to the audience where that one guy was just like.
I could send it to you, Mr. D.
Yeah, go ahead and send it to him.
No.
No, because I had to go to heroic, embarrassing lengths to get this, and it wasn't good.
I often feel bad for dear Prude because
I laughed my ass off because it's like there was a point in Kink where it was like the guy doing his ancestry and he's like, well, I'm gay and I'm Jewish, and I'm like, damn, that's the whole show summed up in one sentence.
Half those people are dead now, eh?
Oh.
Yeah, it's been 20 years and they engage in high-risk sexual behavior. They're probably all dead.
I can't think of a bad episode.
I can't. I'm sure we could find one, but I've enjoyed the 100 episodes.
I like the Lane one, even though it was short, but also I liked it because Coach.
It was very to the point. Also,
yeah.
The Lane episode we did, actually, all of our anime episodes have been very short and to the point.
Yeah.
Like our Perfect Blue episode was short but really good.
Yeah, but I liked it because Coach Red Pill came on and he was murdered by the Ukrainian government, and it's surreal when you know someone that's died.
Wait, was Coach Red Pill on your show?
He popped in
a few times,
a couple of times on the air.
I didn't know that. Weirdly enough, he was a mutual of mine as well. I mean, he followed me and interacted with me, and it is often quite odd to see him still there. Of course, absolutely illegally murdered by the Ukrainian government,
Yeah.
thanks to that fucking detransition fucking anyway. Ugh. Disgusting.
So someone floated the
skipped
idea of
anime.
reviewing that.
I must have missed them because I skipped the anime because I don't understand anime at all.
Someone suggested we review that Ghoul's book, but we're like, no, it's too much. I don't think I can even find Cirillo's book. When he was still a man,
Listen, I will say this. No book is truly gone.
Yeah.
Because there are certain texts written by mutuals of ours that they're like, I don't want this to be found. You can find it on Amazon Brazil. And so you could find, you just have to go look for it.
Michael Cirillo's book, yeah. But anyway,
let's keep going throughout the super chats because there's quite a few to go through. Sam153 just says new apartment Sneed. Well, thank you, Sam. I greatly appreciate it. Graham McCann says rest in peace, Paul Harrell. Yes, memory eternal to Paul Harrell.
Rest in peace.
Press F in the chat for Paul. That's a shitty way to go. Pancreatic cancer. Seneca sends his regular Missouri lore. He says Tom Pendergast was in charge of the largest political machine in Midwest Kansas City, Missouri during the 1930s. He basically ran the political structure for 10 years and supposedly got Truman elected. He was taken back by the IRS for tax evasion, like all good mobsters and Governor Lloyd Stark. So yeah, Tom Pendergast, Seneca. Thank you.
That was like, I read this article that was really interesting that Barack Obama shared on was he a senator or governor? Larry McDonald, how he like ran his own like conservative intelligence agency. That was like during the Cold War. It was crazy. Yeah.
Wow. I'll have to look into it, but I'll have to go ask Eric for that thread. Charlie Mackey says in for a penny and in for a pound next week, I guess. Well, I imagine that Charlie's got something for you to review next week.
Oh boy.
Jackalope says, yeah, that's his name.
Sorry, just very briefly, because that fellow always sends Michigan lore, right?
Missouri lore.
Missouri. Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry, Missouri.
No,
well, I was getting to this thing because a friend of mine once sent me something called a Petoskey stone, which is apparently some very specific type of mineral rock but it's Petoskey, Michigan, not Missouri. Missouri.
Oh, well, there you go.
There you go.
Jackalope says, as a new catechumen, and then in parentheses, thank you for being a good influence that weighs very heavily on me, but thank you. I struggle to detox my mind from the totalizing aspect of politics. Any advice on psychosecurity that doesn't involve dropping off the internet entirely? My advice is always just a form of facetious. I uninstall the Bird app every weekend. I do not reinstall it until after liturgy, and I sit down with my cup of coffee to catch up on the world. If I'm on Twitter on the weekends, it's because I'm on my desktop computer. I really recommend that. Find some kind of fasting. Take a break on social media on your Wednesdays and Friday fasting. It will do you an immense amount of good. And also just be mindful of who you follow. There are some people I'm mutuals with that I mute just because I don't want to see some of the stuff that they post. Even though I like their takes, or like their YouTube channel's good, but like their Twitter takes are awful, and I'm like, I don't need to see the horny posting or whatever. And so I sometimes will just mute it, or I'll mute a certain word, and just having discernment will help immensely. Do you gentlemen have any other additions there?
Realize that we're run by very evil people in this world, and yeah, sometimes it's almost comforting in a way to know that. No, it's not comforting. It's terrible, but it's comforting knowing that you know where you stand, at least in the order of things. So, you know.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with both of those. I think it's also, I mean, to sort of elaborate, it's also important to remember that we are constantly, in one way or the other, being besieged by evil. You know, I mean, evil in one form or the other, great and small, is attempting to erode away, you know, our connection to kind of goodness, our connection to sort of eternity, or our promise for eternity. And so it's good to be mindful of that, and to sort of try to look for it and see it, and you know, yes, give yourself a space from vice, give yourself a space from indulgence, you know, especially of course if it's you know, to review liturgy, or to pray, or to 10 services or whatever, again, it's very good to sort of to make a very conscious effort to disconnect yourself from the kind of conduits of evil, the conduits of the corruption of the world. So I think that's very, very good advice. Again, just moderation. We're not perfect. We are subject to temptation, but of course it is easy to incrementally resist those temptations, and you'll be able to do it.
That's a good point, Mr. D. So good things to consider all around. But I hope that helps, Jackalope. Melisma says, thanks for all the content for 4 years, Prude, as well as 100 episodes of the Digital Archipelago. I've enjoyed every episode of DA with you and Gio, and I wish you both the best. Well, thank you, Melisma. Yeah, it is wild that today is the 4th anniversary of doing this stuff. And I have Academic Agent to thank for that. I have been listening to AA and Carl and so many others for years prior to going on as the Frog. And I was sitting in dialysis 4 years ago, listening to some talk about strategy. And I thought, oh hell, why not throw my hat in the ring? Like, why not give it a shot? And I did. And I recorded my first video about, elite theory and populism and sort of strategy stuff in a tiny little closet study room that had a desk and my computer. And here I am. So really it is a blessing, to say the least. And so really I'm beyond grateful for you guys.
Yeah, I just fell into it, really. Yeah.
Same. Certainly the online world. Prude. Funny thing is, I sent AA all of these memes and things to do with Yo that I'd made over the years. And there was one which I worked on. I remember working on for a while, but I never finished. Which is, that shot from when the Fellowship of the Ring forms from the first Peter Jackson film.
Yes.
When they're in the Council of Elrond. And you shall be the Fellowship of the Ring, and then there's that shot of all of them. So I took that shot and I was grafting. So I put my octopus on Gandalf, and I put AA on Aragorn and whatever. But for the Hobbits, one of them had a little Edmund Burke.
I saw that today.
Burkhead, because you were, you used to come on all the time
back when I had the Burke PFP. Gosh,
you had the
years.
Burke PFP, yeah. So no, and it was amazing to see that, and I remember also my celebration
on that point. I will say that the gentleman who made the Frog PFP, Dora, he is in Brazil. Things are difficult with how Twitter is down there, so send power to Dora.
Yeah, hopefully he gets a VPN.
Yeah, he's got a VPN, or he's doing something, but that's got to be a hard time right now.
And by the way, fuck Morris, a piece of shit. Fuck you for fucking Bolsonaro, and fuck you for fucking Twitter. There you go. He's a fucking demon. He's funded by the State Department. Fuck him. You're going to get yours one day. Legally, of course. In a fucking Brazilian jail cell. And that one that was famous for the riot back in the 90s. What was it called? Codavara? Yeah.
There
Anyways.
But
you look at that guy. He looks like a demon. I mean,
I agree. And I visited Brazil before. And I mean, much... it's a dire situation. So bless sort of prayers for everyone enduring during that shit. But of course, it's all going to come for us as well, I'm afraid.
Oh yeah, it's only a matter of time.
It's only a matter of time. I'm seeing it happen, of course, in my beloved home country.
I'm seeing it here in Canada. Yeah.
God.
Recently he's got
prayers for all of us, for God's sake.
Recently, Trudeau's being forced to limit the Indian wave in little ways here and there. That's how bad it's getting. Even Trudeau has to limit them. So
drive
Like there was this protest the other day in Mississauga. These students from India belly aching and saying that it's racist that you don't give us much student aid. It's like, you know what? Get the fuck out of my country.
So
fuck you. Get
true.
out of here.
This
you
is
don't
why
like
Gio
it here?
is
Go
not a
back.
sleep community. That's so true. Gio is the reason why we're not a sleep community friendly stream, but that's good.
Yeah, it pisses me off, man. Yeah.
No, it is.
We're carrying on. Sean Schaefer says 100 episodes. I'm glad my one contribution to the show is still being used. The old head Gio Groiper Gio. Now let me listen to this while lifting. Well, there you go.
Nice. I just did shoulders today.
Yeah.
Strap.
Yeah.
Oh, and Zaleski says 3 little chuddies lined in a row. They laughed and memed and all enjoyed the show. Thank you for the good times, guys. And here's to more shows in the future. When Gio comes to the States, I will send you guys a cake for episode 200. Thank you and God bless.
There you go.
So when you move to the States, Gio, you're getting a cake from Owen Zaleski himself.
Unfortunately, it's going to be like the cake from Portal.
Oh man!
No? Oh no!
Never mind.
Cake.
Never
the
mind.
cake is a lie. Darby says, "Long time reply, listener, getting listened. Long time reply, listener, getting to listen live is such a treat. Excellent job, gentlemen. Congrats on episodes 100, onwards and upwards." And he sends $25. Thank you, Darby DC.
$5.
It's very kind for you. I love Gio's.
Sorry.
I love the Gio impression, Mr. D. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's great.
I don't know what I'm having a cheeky bourbon, so forgive me.
There you go. You can be cheeky.
Wait till we get to the YouTube ones.
Oh yeah, it'll be
I
even more
blow
fun.
my head off. Yeah.
Charlie Mackey sends $25 as well.
$25.
There you go. He says, I vaguely recall Mr. D reviewing the movie Brazil. I think I found it quite good, but I can't remember where I saw it. The movie was quite good, so thank you for indirectly suggesting it. Have you ever reviewed that?
I think it was on a space. I was in Cocktail Hour.
Yeah, I think it was a Cocktail Hour space. But he's on mute, so maybe we'll bring up Brazil when he comes back. But yeah, Terry Gilliam's Brazil is just, it feels like the future. But this brings us now to the YouTube super chats. I'm going to save the really big ones for the end. So I'm going to start with the smaller ones first. Bolero393 says, Gio, give me some of your tots and a snap bracelet.
Fuck off.
I really hope someone pays us to review Napoleon Dynamite.
No, my God.
I really want it to happen now.
Someone give us $100 to review Napoleon Dynamite.
Do it next week when it's on Gio's channel.
Yeah,
so Gio gets money. Tuesday says, with unpopular opinions coming to an end, is Digital Archipelago going to take the primetime slot? DA is the Everybody Love Raymonds to Juho Seinfeld.
What an insult! Oh, I guess it's kind of true.
Well, it's true. We don't get 20K views a week, but I mean,
maybe one day
we'll keep our slot just because of my work schedule. But if I ever get the chance to work from home again and it pays better than what I'm working at now, you bet your ass we will take the primetime slot for Digital Archipelago. We will go mainstream Tuesday, but for right now, we will stay in our primetime evening slot.
Who else is our competition we have to steamroll? Oh, Night Owls. We have to gun for Night Owls.
That's Twitter, and we're doing 1.1K on Twitter right now for views. I think we're doing fine.
That's pretty good.
Fuck the night. By the way, I blocked everyone involved with Night Owls.
What?
Because I was sick of people leaving. So I would do one of my Twitter spaces, and people would leave comments said, "Oh, sorry, D, I can't listen because I'm listening to Night Owls." Fuck you, Night Owls. Fuck you, Nightmare Vision. Fuck you. Fuck you, future Moldovan faggot. I mean,
disavow.
Sorry.
You're lucky they're during the day now.
Future Moldovan citizen once came on one of my Twitter spaces.
I know, and he did the whole.
And I'll tell you, another reason why I blocked him is because he came on my Twitter space and then started to assert his adherence to the Oxfordian theory of the authorship of Shakespeare's plays, which of course, which I'm vehemently against, and I remember that being absolute shit. So me and Oliver.
Oh, the De Vere thing.
Yes.
Oh, the 15th Earl of Oxford, Edward De Vere. Yeah, which is a stupid theory and has been thoroughly, in many ways, debunked. And of course, my friend, academic agent, being a literal Shakespeare scholar, has the same violent rage whenever people posit the Oxfordian thing.
True.
I like to think that Shakespeare was a black woman. You know that theory?
Stop it! Stop it!
I'm kidding.
We're going to carry on. Bolero393 says early 2000s Tucker vibes emanating from Prude's bow tie. I got this bow tie from George Bagby, and he gave it to me as a gift, and it is one of my favorite bow ties.
I wonder if we'll ever do a repeat of like Tucker versus Jon Stewart, because like Tucker could fucking own him nowadays. That'd be amazing.
Wait, was it Lee? What's he called? No, Jon Stewart.
Yeah, John
Leibowitz.
Yeah.
John Leibowitz. It's a bit like Mark Cuban. Very weird. Oh, I don't think that anonymity should be. I don't think people should be able to change their name. Well, that's a very interesting thing coming from someone called Mark Cuban who changed their name. Anyway.
I saw that tweet. What a fucking idiot!
I love
even
when
like
Sam Hyde went after him.
That was.
I think Sam Hyde said even an absolute retard can become a billionaire in this day and age.
Lol. By the way, George Bagby, I love George Bagby, and George Bagby used to occasionally pop in to listen to the Twitter Spaces because he was like
he was an Uber driver back.
He was an Uber driver, yeah. So, but yeah, he's absolutely great. And by the way, Prude, both of you look fabulous. I mean, the bow tie was absolutely first class, Prude. And Gio, of course, I'll tell you, Gio, I have a weird affection. You know that lamp with the red shade? Because you did a painting of it that is like that you use as a kind of thumbnail or something. Like I don't know. I have
content minded, yeah.
For content minded, yeah. I have weird affection for that lamp. So props to both of you.
It was my grandfather's lamp, yeah. Oh man.
All right, well, on to the next one. And so, like I said, I'm going to save the big ones for the very end for Gio to not blow out his voice too early. Man Jukek says, happy 100th. Congrats and God bless. Well, thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
greatly appreciate it.
Man Jukek. That's a good name.
Wrestling with Wormwood says, happy 100th. God bless you both. Well, thank you.
My favorite wigger on Twitter. My favorite mutual.
Seasider says, happy 100th. Salute to Mr. D. I'm patiently standing back and standing by for a future stream sniping of Morcar. Aren't we all?
$10.
The Dark Souls bit is great in that respect.
I loved
every moment of those.
Yeah, I pushed AA game tonight. I said, look, for God's sake. I mean, Years the Eunuch purchased Dark Souls 3 and gave it to Morcar. And I know someone gave him Dark Souls 2. I would love to do it again. I'll tell you some of my favorite moments ever were doing those streams with Charlemagne. Just like slagging. So yeah, that was enormous fun. Charlie and I had a great time.
Don Browning says, thank you, Don. That's very kind of you for an Australian
$20.
Thank you. We do have a female audience, and it's not just Kate J. So can't call us incels now, especially when both of us have girlfriends.
See you later, incels.
See you later, incels. See you later. Get in the fake cell bus. It's great.
What do you mean you both? You both. I might have a girlfriend. I don't have a girlfriend. Anyway.
We know.
But Dawn. Yeah, I know. It's. Yeah, Dawn Browning is also a quite frequent listener to my spaces. So she's all right.
There you go. Thank you, Dawn.
Very interesting stuff. She posts a lot of like cookery things that are good. So
she has to withstand your casual women hate as well.
I mean, I hate women generally, but I like you specifically, Dawn. So that's good.
There you go.
It's very funny on the cocktail hour when I come on and I mention women. It's very funny.
we brought this. We did bring this up earlier. So the Jiminy Chud Jack is real.
The Jiminy Chud Jack.
Luthemplar says, D, I feel for you. Currently working on a former president's house, and you can imagine the hell that happens with landmarks.
Oh man! Oh, because he's an architect.
That is true. Don Browning.
Landmark stuff. Yeah, I mean,
which president, Luthemplar?
I wonder.
I wonder.
Yeah, I wonder too.
There's a number of them in New York City. Yeah. Tell the story where I was just like wandering down a street. I think it was like 20th Street, and I just saw this sign. It said like the birthplace of Teddy Roosevelt, and come on in. I was like, okay, I Teddy Roosevelt, that's good.
What state was he born in?
He was born in New York City. He was born literally in Manhattan.
Oh,
Really?
wow.
Holy shit.
Don says again, do it, D, and I don't know what this is in reference to, but whatever it may be.
It was make his own content.
Oh yeah, make your own content.
Well, I'm doing
or maybe
this
record the cocktail hour. That'd be something.
Yeah.
No. Oh my god.
There's too many N-words and other words flying.
It's
So-
bad,
so-
dude. It's
so
bad.
true.
That's the fun of it, though. That's the fun of it.
That is the nice part about unrecorded stuff is that you can't say the game word and get away with it.
Yeah, and I'm not big. I'm not big enough for people to. I'm not like Night Owls where people will clandestinely record it. Yeah.
Well, they record it in the daytime now, so you're pretty cocktail hour is
Daytime.
pretty safe.
Why are they called Night Owls? All right.
I know
Day owls.
because they have to put it on the paywall now. So.
Yeah, now they're like us. They have to optics cuck.
They can't drop the hard R anymore.
Yeah.
What was that super chat, Prude?
He says, unfortunately, we mentioned this one earlier. It's unfortunate I used UO as my only news source.
Dyslexia generator.
It's very true. Gabe Underground, the
$10.
The horniest croat on the Sidebar podcast, hosted by Two Keys Mac on YouTube. Be sure to go follow them. He says, Cheers on the 100, bros. I'm ever grateful to you both, and I'm proud to call y'all friends. Here's to 100 more. And remember, you're here forever.
Listen, Two Keys Mag. Listen, Two Keys Mag. I was a fan, and we were mutuals, and you unfollowed me. I will remember. Remember this.
Take it up with David Harrod.
I know. He's good. I like him. Yeah. I like him. I don't know what happened, but I'm still here for you, David.
Oh my. But carrying on, he says, P.S. You were both invited to me and Honor Levy's baby shower. Isn't Honor Levy married?
Yes, Honor Levy is married.
Oh, Gabe.
Or engaged, yeah. But it doesn't mean that he can't have a kid with Honor Levy. That's not... I'm not condoning that. I'm not.
Well, I mean, he Gabe is not Jewish, so there is an opportunity for Honor Levy to go ruin him. So there you go.
My Gabe, you ruined me.
My Gabe, you've ruined me.
My Gabies, you've ruined me. Penultimate says Gio will forever miss out on that milestone DA cash. There have been plenty of episodes where Gio's gotten quite a bit, and you will all be just as generous next week.
Hopefully.
No, it's a threat. It's
that one DA was kind of short the last time I did. I didn't make anything on the core part. I guess because people knew that I was throwing it behind the paywall. Like, oh fuck, I'm not gonna pay if I'm gonna throw it behind the paywall.
I tried to warn you. You will be generous next week, or Clippy will find you. That, or I'm going to send Holden Blood Feast after you, and then it's really
Holden Blood Feast. Is that his real name, David Harrod? Or no? That's
no. Heavens, no. It's not his real name.
No.
In the same way, Gabriel K. Sinclair isn't Gabe's real name.
He's an anon.
They're all anon. You leave our anons alone.
I want Gabe's name to be real.
He was Tukey's Mag was on DA recently, right? Or was he on with you, Crude? I can't remember.
He was on with Crude.
David was on with me. We covered the Flapjack meme, but we have had two. We've had all three of them.
I can't believe I wasn't on that.
I'll tell you that sidebar fellas, they're good. I like that. Yeah. But that the stream about the about that meme. Yeah. First class, Brood. I'm glad I got to see it before.
The original one, yeah. And then actually, I'm recording with Capitalissimo, one of the other co-hosts of Tukey's Mag, this Thursday for this month's issue of the Discourse Corner. We're going to talk about the gun emoji, so that'll be fun.
Oh, cool. By the way, I'm at some point in the near future, I'm going to be on with Capitalismo and Michael Pohl because they do a
movie stream.
Yeah, they've invited me. They've invited me on, and
I did one, like, Mr. D. It was lesbian cowboys in space.
I ended up doing buck breaking on Juneteenth with them, so have fun.
Wait,
yeah.
I can't believe he got Montel. Was it Montel? Oh no, it was Judge Joe Walker.
Yeah.
Wow.
To be on it, yeah.
I said, listen. because Michael Pollan, and I'm just like, listen, Mike, I get old enough to be your father, so I should be able to pick the film. And they're like, no, look at these wonderful films. They gave me a list. I haven't looked into them yet. So, but anyway, they've invited me, and so I'm very happy to go on. But,
make the most of it.
Well, Gabe's like my
Wow.
spiritual son. So,
That is
yeah.
true. He is.
I
Your,
thought
he is your
I
wife's
thought
son.
he was your wife's
He's
son.
my spiritual wife's son, Gabe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's your wife's son.
That was
Gio is obviously not Gio's real name. That's so true.
Oh.
Machiavelli Sextigo says the Indians got kicked out of the Africas in the 60s.
That's true. I think
That is
Idi
true.
Amin also kicked them out. Yeah.
Mr. Anxiety Floppa says, first donation. Life is good despite how bad it feels. We will make it someday, often not on our terms. God bless. Well, Mr.
That's very
Anxiety
true.
Floppa, thank you for your first donation, and thank you for being a
Thank you.
long-time viewer and listener. Luthanflor says, it is indeed a Roosevelt residence, Mr. G. I've had some tangential work with a Trump residence, too, but he didn't pay.
Oh, God.
wow.
Trump's too busy paying for lawsuits.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat said, "Oh, it's probably something to do George W. Bush." I can confirm that George W. Bush, that cowboy George W. Bush, was born in New Haven, Connecticut. He was. That was where
I thought he was born in Kellybumport, Maine.
No, he was born in New Haven, Connecticut, while his father was at Yale University.
Yeah, that's right. His old man Prescott Bush was a Skull and Bonesman, and
Yeah, well, so was George W. And
Yeah.
So okay, I shan't say
Herbert
that.
Walker.
Yeah, we'll continue on.
I may have visited the Skull and Bones tomb.
Oh my!
Maybe.
There was one
Anyway.
last one from Entropy before the big ones. He says someone should listen to and review the After America series by Sean Fettig on YouTube. Amazing how different yet same his world is. Well, that would be a fun piece of nostalgia. Well, I'm thinking After or America Without Her by Dinesh D'Souza, but we can go look into that one.
Well, there was that Mark Stein book After America.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
All right, so here are the two big ones. So Gio can blow his lungs out and blow out my eardrums. And then we will conclude with a video that one of our lovely listeners had made. So we'll start off with the first one. Paladin, YYZ. Happy 100th, guys. Fantastic show.
$100! Woo!
Incredibly generous.
Amazing.
Very kind of you, sir. And then last but not least, our other favorite Canadian.
Nuclear.
An absolute truth nuke about to drop. From Patrick Kehoe. Happy 100th to both of you. Keep writing as well.
For $205! Holy crap!
Wow.
That's incredibly kind.
No, there's
No.
that's my celebration music. Celebration music. So amazing. I'll tell you, both of these gentlemen absolutely deserve it. You both deserve it.
That's a 5. Boom, 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 boom.
Sorry.
Oh, I fucking hate that fucking the Costco guys.
He truly is one of our favorites.
He is one of our favorites. You know they're at war with the Rizzler right now?
Who?
No, the Rizzler is at war with Baby Grok.
What are you talking about?
You know the Costco guys?
Prude, have I missed something?
He's I think also isn't it? Never mind. I know how to.
No, the Rizzler is not their actual kid. It's like his friend's kid.
Oh,
But-
you mean that fat little Jewish? Never mind.
They're Italian, I think.
Are they?
Jewish?
Are they?
Well, a lot
Are
of
they?
Jews have passed for Italians and vice versa in Hollywood.
Yeah, you have to look into the lore of that. I know exactly. what you
Andrew,
mean.
what I will tell you
Oh,
is
so
that
sad.
Micah Pohl on his Rumble account, he took a rant of mine and turned it into sort of like a basically like a jazz edit, and it's really good. So
They have a
Micah Pohl is the guy to go to for that.
They have behind the scenes video of Costco guys. Yeah, the mom does kind of look Jewish. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw.
The daughter
I saw,
looks more Jewish. Yeah.
Apparently, someone posted like a social media post of the mom saying like, it's our beginning of our Jewish holidays or something. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, the daughter looks a bit more, but the Rizzler is not their kid. The Rizzler's like his friend's kid or something.
I just feel bad. It may be it may be my kind of my kind of overactive empathy, but I don't like to see people plunge into this kind of materialist hell.
Yeah.
Do you remember Honey Boo Boo?
Let's not. I mean,
especially children. I mean, there is something absolutely really, really hurts me to see it happen.
There was this one viral tweet.
We are given we're given the spark of life by by God, and to sort of see it sort of squandered like that. No, it's really tragic.
I kind of want this episode to happen, Gio.
You know what's crazy? I forgot to say in the Cole report that some journalist did a thread on the Gathering of the Juggalos. I don't like. It's incredibly it's crazy how hicklib the Juggalos are. They're like total hicklibs. Yeah. No, but there was this one viral tweet that said it the best. That said, imagine being a kid and your life is basically like being surrounded by consumerist slop because your parents want to make money on the internet. It's like,
it's incredibly depressing.
I know, and also, I mean, I can't imagine how much money they're breaking in. I mean,
I don't want to.
They have a podcast now. They're gonna have a podcast on Twitch, and they're gonna review. They're gonna do live Boom or Dooms.
Oh my!
I mean,
they're milking it so dry.
All I will say is, of course, pray for the deliverance of those children.
Yeah.
However good it may seem to them, it's very, very dark. The sort of the Juggalo thing as well. I mean, I tell you, if you look into the state of those people, again, wretches of humanity, and I again, all I can do, all I feel is just like prayers for their deliverance. That's all I can feel.
Didn't Violent J get outed as like being with underage girls back in the day? I think it was Violent J. Yeah, like he got Me Too'd. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he.
I remember when they were on wrestling.
Is that the one who helped his like daughter become a furry?
Yes. Yeah, that's the one. Not Shaggy. I know about this because I used to be like, I wasn't a Juggalo, but I like knew about them because of wrestling and because I used to listen to Necro, and it's like there's like a whole universe of like the Juggalo thing. And I used to watch a bit of Juggalo Championship Wrestling. They actually used to call that Championship Wrestling. And so like I knew a little bit about like the whole Juggalo thing, because of course if you're like an indie wrestling fan back in the early 2000s, is ICP actually good? They had some songs that were decent. There was this one song they did with Zug Island that was pretty good, but like they're not good. I wouldn't recommend.
I'll tell you when AXCX seems wholesome compared to
oh good Lord.
I mean, you know things are bad.
Lord have mercy.
At least he wasn't polluting children's minds with.
One of my favorite moments was on the stream where I told Prude about.
That was great. That was amazing. That was amazing.
Oh boy.
And I remember having a friend in like 1992 who was absolutely into them. I mean, way back then. Yeah.
I went to grad school with this guy from Boston. He's like, "How do you know about like Joe Bonnie and like all this stuff?" I go, "Yeah, because I listen to AXCX." He goes, "Oh my god, I know those guys."
Oh my god. Sorry.
It's okay. We're
Can you imagine if Seth Putnam was alive today, he would be a Trump supporter. Oh,
thank you. Okay. Anything that you would like to shill before I decide to violently end the show?
This week is Content Minded Week. I'm doing this. Hopefully, I'm going to record all of it. This show dedicated to Paul Cezanne and some certain political and artistic threads with him. And of course, I did a core report with Fentanyl Blow Dart, which is really good. We went 4 hours, and I'll probably do one next week, maybe with either Gabe or Fentanyl. So we'll see what happens. And of course, I have to see what's going to happen with the computer room because we have a huge backlog as well. So yeah. Woo!
Alrighty, Mr. D. I mean, are you gonna have a space soon?
Yes, I will have the course. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Twitter Space tomorrow evening, with the budget frog, and I mean, I know that things are difficult for you Prude occasionally to join and Gio, but I'm very happy whenever you two show up, because I like to talk to you. You're absolutely amazing fellows, both of you. You make astounding content. You make astounding content both solo and, of course, as the Digital Archipelago. And it's been a great honor to actually join you. I mean, thank you for inviting me on. And
it's a historic night. It's a historic night.
It's a historic.
Yeah.
It is, and I hope I wasn't too annoying, but it's been a great pleasure. You do a great podcast together, and you both do great content yourselves, and I'm happy to count you amongst my internet friends. So that's all I can say.
Feeling is mutual.
The feeling is very mutual, Mr. D.
Free Barry Stanton.
That's true. Free Barry Stanton. He and Barry Stanton and Martin are unstoppable forces against one subcontinent, and God bless them for it. All right, so now here's Sports on Twitter had made a lovely little fan video, and we are going to close out with that. So thank you for 100 episodes from the bottom of my heart. I would not be able to do this. To 100 more, and I would not be able to do this without Gio. May his infectious laughter keep us smiling in the worst of times. And we'll see you all next week on Gio's channel.
Yeah.
So here we go. God bless you. And
God
we'll
bless. Goodbye. Too sweet.
See you, gents. And we'll roll it out with this, and we'll call it a night. And as the video comes to an end, so will the stream. Thank you for everything. So here we go. Hurrah.
Hurrah.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Digital Archipelago.
$5, $10, $20.
Enjoy the show. Surf the web. You can hang 10 at the Digital Archipelago. Every show. Chilling with the friends. Prude and Gio. Plan your weekly vacation at their content. Joe.
$100.
Straight while Gio roars with laughter. They're a duo for the ages. Don't forget to sneed those super chats while they avoid reading web pages. Glad you could tune in, pour a drink and make it neat. Cheers to the frogs, thanks as always and too sweet.